this one we will finish. Well, I mean, how long do I have, actually? At the 23rd, 24th. Basically, then the 29th, the 30th, and then the 1st. And then after that, we'll be playing Premium, I would assume. So, basically, I have 5 more streams. And then once Premium comes out, I'm just going to be streaming 6... I'm probably just going to do it, like, at least 7 days in a row when Premium comes out. They will not. I can tell you that for fact. So don't say hopefully they will, because I can tell you for fact that they will not. So this is Stonewater. December 6th is Premium, yes. This is Stonewater. Stonewater is a very large map, so it's kind of laggy because of how big it is. Yes, David Bowie worked on the SpongeBob movie, which makes a lot of sense. Anyway, so this map is a thing. We have this glorious little fox logo down there, which you might recognize. And then we have these 3 towers that are all made of glass that are will all be filled with lava soon. Currently, only one of them is full of lava, but they will all be filled with lava soon. This down here is our... well, actually, I don't think there's any clips of it, but let's just say that the last time we had traders come by, it ended with a bunch of wagons on fire, burning... like running out of this thing. It was kind of horrific, but also kind of hilarious. So hopefully we get traders again. We are technically a mountain home, so like those traders were all coming from our mountain home, so or from my own faction. So hopefully I don't start a civil war. That would be kind of bad. We'll win anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But this is the fortress itself. It goes all the way up to here on the surface. We have this little tower up there. If I go all the way down, we kind of go all the way down through the first cavern layer, and then through the second cavern layer, and then there's here where we have an enslaved giant elephant named Aslot, which shoots webs. So I can pull this lever again, actually, and it covers these doggies here in webs, and then we harvest them to make clothing. And then if we go further down, there's the third cavern layer, which is one of the coolest cavern layers I've ever seen because it's got no water in it, and it's entirely populated with, or filled up with, what's it called? Bloodthorn trunks. Also, I didn't realize, but there's apparently an adamantine spire here. All right, well, we got to start digging through that. Jeez. Although this is kind of sus. Right, let's just smooth these. It's smooth this and have a peek behind it. See what's there. As far as this fort itself goes, this is a very big fort. So we have a population of 197, unlike Longdeath, which is just like 30. So the named dwarfs in this fort are Snail, Spice, Sanic, Hazazah, Phoenix the Dwarf, Razlime. If you hear your name called, you can ask me to check your dwarf out. Sax, Jerhenning, Time and Raff, Alden, Piranha, Goats, White Dog, Walrus, Little Osan, Seashore's Wall, Civ, Reza, Onyx, Jet, NetJam Jr., H2O, Audio, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, Potato King, Wendigo, Space Pirate, Trevor in VR, Impalification, Tapioca, Curses, Vitatech, Kodiak, Rolf, Rory, Nortram, Footloose, who lost a foot, Animal, Accident, Lamunde, Sinful, Ashen Dust, Rinbjorn, Render, and Kajiro. That's the full list of dwarfs. Why do dwarves not have jobs? Why do some dwarves not have jobs? They all have jobs. But the ones that don't have jobs are in between jobs. So they're just like going from place to place. Not everybody needs to be working all the time. I have a question. Do you work 17 hours a day, 24 days a week? I realize that sentence made no sense. Do you work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? How does dwarf become name? When person ask me nicely for dwarf. Got to get that auto job on dwarf therapist? No, I don't use dwarf therapist. No, thank you. I play vanilla. Thanks. You can use dwarf therapist if you wish. I don't give a shit. Stray kitten was found dead. Excuse me. Oh, right. Yeah. It's fine. It happens. What lever are you going to go pull? So then work. Okay, USA. You were making a joke? Didn't read like a joke. Sorry, I missed the punchline. No, actually, I didn't, Diamond. Who told you my schedule? Why is my knee-jerk response is your mom? Kleno, I'm sorry, but that's what my brain tells me to say, so your mom. No! Ultimate Lizard. What kind of dwarf do you want? We got miners, we got woodcutters, we got the captain of the guard, we got stoneworkers, we got masons, we got blacksmiths, we got crafters, we got planters, we got lots of children. Being a children is a job, by the way. Very important job. You play make-believe and you pick up equipment sometimes and you drink. It's the best job. Do you have any preference, or is it just like dealer's choice? Blacksmith? Okay. Ultimate Lizard? What is the Ultimate Lizard, if I can ask? You earned your mom from blind? That's just because you got him flustered when he didn't know what to say. She feels euphoric due to inebriation, and she was content after having a pretty decent drink. Felt satisfied after learning about glassmaking and was disgusted on retching and miasma. You're 59 years old, born on the 10 years off of Nice, born on the 17th of Sandstone in the year 203. Slightly protruding, narrow gold eyes are incredibly close set, and she has a very broad, round chin. Her hair is clean shaven, and her ears are slightly flattened, and her hair is pale chestnut, and her skin is cinnamon. She is very strong and quite durable and likes native copper, nickel, and rose quartz. Clear glass and giant armadillo shell and jute fabric and the color ivory, octahedra and earrings and toy hammers and giant hamsters for their puffy cheeks. Not for their, ability to consume alcohol? For shame. Did you know that hamsters can consume more alcohol based on their size than any other, known living creature? Anyway, and she likes the words of the wild bulb and the sight of the amethyst sheen, and when possible, she prefers to consume rice beer and absolutely hates lizards. She personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. And she finds friendship burdensome. She doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of mastering a skill. She's confident under pressure, a turnaround after seeing a troll's dead body in 260, and she has a strong tendency towards privacy. She can sometimes act without deliberation and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she is not assertive. She occasionally overindulges and she is trusting. She enjoys the company of others, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. And she often feels envious of others, and she often snaps her fingers when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Does she hate lizards because she's the ultimate one? I mean, she does detest lizards. This is true. Puff these cheeks. Anybody else want a dwarf? If I missed you, you feel free to just shout it again. So I'm trying to clean out this side of things. Can you have one? Do you have any preference, Omegaloth? May you see the lava lever. Which one? I have a lot of them. Genuine statement. I have a lot of them. Which one would you like to see? Okay, so Omegaloth is next. It's going to take me a little bit to get through all of these. So this is Omegas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aiden, the administrator, is Omegaloth. Over the long term, you've been under a great deal of stress. You're interested near a fine seat and interested near a fine bed, but disgusted on retching and miasma. You saw a lot of dead bodies recently, and you don't like this very much. She is short and and is covered with great amounts of lard. Great amounts of muscles, not lard. I misread that. She has a very round chin, and her hair is clean shaven. Her somewhat splayed out, narrow ears are somewhat short, and her gold eyes are somewhat narrow. Her left eye bears a massive straight scar, and her hair is pale chestnut. I think you're in the military. Yeah, you're a legendary hammer dwarf. But it looks like you've been removed from the military. You killed a forgotten beast in 257, and you've got 10 other kills. What god do you worship, actually? You worship Ral, the deity of Rim of Savants, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with wealth. You worship the god of wealth. She frequently is depressed after experiencing trauma in 258, and she finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, after wearing old clothing, and she's very ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation. She is very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings, and she sometimes is cruel, and she tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is quick to anger, and she talks too fast. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and I can read this faster than I can actually read it because I know what half these lines mean. She is curious and eager to learn, and has an active imagination, and she is friendly individual, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she wishes that this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish, and she has a sense of duty and does not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is distracted from conversations easily when she's trying to remember something, and when she tenses up when she's nervous, and cracks her knuckles when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Which of them causes the most death during evasions? Oh, do you want to see if it has a kill count? Lava top floodgates, this one. Finely crafted Gabbro mechanism. Anyone who isn't a child. Got it. All right, so not a kid. If I land on a kid, I'll give you a different dwarf, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My eyes are closed, by the way. Aiton, the cook. Blue Nexa is disgusted after retching a miasma. Okay, we've just gone through kind of a rough set of events. A lot of people have died. You want to depict it. Oh, do you want me to like hover so you can screenshot or something? We can do that in a mo. So you also worship Ral, deity of wealth. You are a member of the Fellowship of Jades, which is one of the two religions surrounding Ral. You're 76 years old, the Fallout number, born on the 21st of Timber in the year 168. He isn't tall, but he has incredible muscles. His nose bridge is incredibly concave. He's part of the short guy crew. His nose is sharply hooked. His medium-length sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and he has a round chin, and his ears are slightly flattened, and his gold eyes are slightly protruding. His hair is pale chestnut, and his skin is dark tan. He likes olivine pig iron, lavender jade, linen fabric, rope reed paper, the color lemon, gems, cavies for their adorable call, and the sound of the poetry of tone, and when possible prefers to consume giant cougar, and rhubarbs and pomegranate wine, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. I can relate to that. Personally, views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. After wearing old clothing in 257, sees introspection as important and as important, and respects the development of skill and values peace over war due to seeing Kosoth Akre die, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Dreams of raising a family and is gripped by crippling shyness. Does not trust others and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and is given to flights of fancy, and he likes a little excitement now and again. He is quite ambitious and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he is often cheerful. He can occasionally overindulge, and he doesn't mind wearing something a little special now and again. He has little interest in joking around and is curious and eager to learn, and doesn't often feel envious of others, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really care about anything anymore, and he is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. Last one. You're so old? Nah, old for a dwarf is like 140 plus. Dwarves live up to be 160-ish, so you're pretty young, actually. You're like 40 for a dwarf. Who was the last person who wanted one? So you'll take any dwarf. Okay, once again, I will close my eyes and sit here until I go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're a mason, named Atir. Takira, I think is how you say that. I might, if I'm butchering that, let me know, yeah? Merc, what up? It's good to see you. How you been? Hope things have been good. Hope life's been settling down a bit, yeah? Things have been getting exciting over here. You're married! And you have a kid! You have a daughter! You worship Oz, who's a deity of the room of Savants, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels. Is there going to be a new keep anytime soon? As a new what? Oh, as in like Shakira. Oh, okay, so Takira, I get it. Like tequila, almost, but Takira. He is satisfied at work and didn't feel anything after seeing a jabberer's dead body. But yeah, I don't know what that means, Ultimate. You're 89 years old, born on the 17th of Obsidian in the year 173. Which is interesting, because I started playing in this world in the year 155, and we're now in the 260s, so. Well, I mean, like, if you mean a new fortress, yeah, in 2 weeks, it will probably be. The next time I make a new fortress will probably be when premium launches. Yeah. More people at work now, so there's some breathing room, but how's everything on my end? Well, Dwarf Fortress has a release date, and things have gotten busy because Dwarf Fortress has a release date, you know? Like, Dwarf Fortress is out on the 6th of December, so, like, 2 weeks. 2 weeks! Which is bonkers, so. He has a very round chin, medium-length sideburns that are neatly combed, a medium-length mustache that is neatly combed, and a very long beard that is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his gold eyes are close-set. His brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and his upper body bears a massive straight scar. Oh, yeah, no, not until premium launches. I'm basically just going to keep playing this one until then. This one and Long Death until then. He is somewhat tall at ears, are somewhat narrow, and his hair is pale chestnut with flecks of gray. Mostly because, like, I feel like if I were to put part one of a VOD on YouTube right now, that would just be kind of mean to my entire audience on YouTube. And also you guys. Unless, like, I get the ability to stream it early, but exclamation point keys, so who knows. He personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and sees competition as wasteful and silly, and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Although, I will say this, I don't know why they would give it to us early, aside from, like, the ability to make tutorials, because Zach and Tarn like surprising people, and I think they would be a little sad if jackasses like me on YouTube were like, here's all the secrets on day one. So, you know, from that point of view, it kind of makes sense why they're being careful with keys. "2 weeks until you can throw twice the amount of money at it than it is listed." Wait, what do you mean twice the amount of money? Are you going to gift it to people, Merc? No key giveaway confirmed. I don't really do giveaways. Just like at all. I might buy a couple copies if people really can't afford them, or they're in regions where it's ludicrously expensive for whatever reason, but no, I don't do giveaways. Anyway. He finds humor in most situations after wearing old clothing in 259 and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he tends to be a little bit wasteful when working on projects, and he could be considered rude. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't focus on material goods and is often nervous. After seeing a giant's dead body, and he does not go out of his way to help others and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others and is quite ambitious. Generally, is quite confident in his abilities and when undertaking specific ventures, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at crappy weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fortress, guys. So, Stone, what did you want me to do with the thingy? One for yourself and one for the reasons you stated? Oh, yeah, so it'll be $30 USD. Or your regional equivalent. But this is the lava mechanism right here. So right here, in my mind, these are windows, but they're not. It's just a wall. There's some glass pots next to it. And yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. kind of musical instrument is this? It's a list. A large stationary metal stringed instrument. Okay, you know, hold on a second. I'm just going to go up here. Go to the tavern. And I'm going to place all of these instruments. Because I've got a bunch of instruments that are just sitting here. And might as well get them placed. And then we got a steel list. I find the, just at a glance, I find the new one to be less manageable, but. The list is a large stationary metal stringed instrument with a metal body. The instrument rests flat, and as the musician plucks the 34 strings, the musician can alter the pitch of a string by stopping it against the body. Tuning is accomplished by pegs, and the instrument has a 4-octave range. It's pretty decent, like a half piano. It has a 4-octave range going from an extremely low to a middle pitch. And it has 3 registers, so it's like a bass instrument. The low register has a strong, focused, strident timbre, and the middle register begins at a very low pitch and has a noisy, vibrating, rugged timbre. The high register begins at a medium-low pitch and has a full, strained, crisp timbre. Can you get an update on your dwarf? You usually make your lists out of paper. Let's find your dwarf. I can't remember what your dwarf's job was, so give me a second. Unless you can remember what your dwarf's job was, in which case then I could find them a lot quicker. It's just funny that it's literally called a list. Last time you were a milker? Okay, then you're probably still down there. It's like, I know that your dwarf's alive, but you're telling some poetry, actually. You're currently telling The Wavy Petal, a solemn poetic form intended to praise the alcoholic beverages. A very dwarfy poem! You're... Glory to the spirits? Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Glory to the beer! Perform, guys, the improvised performances in the poem during an 11-line stanzas, and The Wavy Petal is always written in the form of perspective of the author. I am drinking this beer. It is taking away my fear. At this point, this poem shit loses me. I was always terrible at this stuff. There once was a beer named Ale who had an unusual tale. He told us of this apple hay bale. I've had too many. Glory to the spirits. Anyway, let's see how your actual dwarf was doing. You felt fondness when speaking with a friend and fondness when speaking with a crane, but you were resentful after getting into an argument. These dwarves get into arguments a lot. You're a worshiper of Detan, who's the deity of mountains, who takes the form of a female dwarf. And let's see, you dream of mastering a skill. You never feel discouraged after seeing a troll's dead body. Pretty happy dwarf, I would say. You're an expert armor user, but very rusty. But I'm going to go back over here because we're paying close attention to this. Oh, yeah. Also, you know, this needs a zoomed in version because I think this turned out real well, you know? I mean, it's no work of art, but Steam logo is also pretty nifty, you know? It's pretty nifty. Actually, I'm gonna just go turn those pumps on. Also, there's this lever up here, which is do not pull. Do not pull. Okay? Okay. Good rest of day. You headed to bed? You're up late today, actually. No, do not pull. That is, do not pull that lever. That is the lever that you do not pull. No matter how tempting it may be, you do not pull that lever. Speaking of things that you do pull the word stories. So I'm going to go to my Discord now and go to the Add a Word Stories room. And if you're Quickie Wiki, maybe you can add in some word stories for me to read right now. But let's see, where are we at? Robot workers from another world will be here when you need them, as there are benefits generating minerals. However, you sunk, so how is the bottom of the deepest lake? Within the epiphany lies our collective selection of big proofs to display. Numbers can lie when Godel takes over. Elves roam the mirthful gatherings of trees. Boogeymen will lurk in darkness to ambush fire bearers. House of Thesaurus eloquently acutes accusations. Poop, egg, dinner. Wait, that was supposed to be a period. There you go. Done. All caught up. You're welcome. Chat room. Well, the towers are all full now. We do still need to get this side removed. We got time. You did, in fact, get in. Just like Tron, because I got in. You know, sometimes you guys do, like, make things that are somewhat semi-coherent. Of course, all worlds need more, need more gremlin traps. What was that? So I have a room on my Discord called Add a Word Stories. The whole point of it is it's kind of like, you know, telephone. I used to play telephone with my sisters in the car where we would just whisper words into each other's ears, and then, like, the sentence would be all scrambled by the time we did, like, 4 laps. You know, it's basically just that, except in Discord. And then once every 2 hours, chat can use channel points to make me read them. That's all it is. It's nothing crazy or weird. It's literally just like a, well, I mean, if you want, you can make me read a thing. That's basically all it is. I think I'm just going to make a big old storage stockpile back here and just set finished goods in it. Because that would be very convenient for right here. That's all it is. So every now and again, if you think I'm having a seizure, it's probably just check the chat because somebody told me to. You knew that. Yeah, also, we're trying to count to 1 million, one number at a time. Our previous record was 2076, right when Cyberpunk came out. We didn't actually make it to 2077. We were one off of 2077. Hair thingy? Hair thingy is just, I put my hair down or up, depending on what it's at. Currently, it was up, so now hair go down. There you go. Big hair go. Can't see that hair. There you go. Because, like, people don't realize how long my hair is until I do this. Thank you. I haven't cut it since 2015 was the last time I got an actual haircut. The last time I paid somebody to cut my hair was 2015. I have trimmed it, though, myself. I've cut my ends a couple times. Did they get rid of that troll yet? Yay, I think they did. Means it can stop rotting. Who redeemed first? Tygozar did. But yeah, first is a once per stream thing. You didn't notice until I flopped it? Yeah, no, I have a lot of hair. Admittedly, I have a black background, dark colored hair, and I wear dark colored shirts generally, so it is still kind of hard to see, but it gets more obvious when I do this. No? You rock a mullet? Yeah, I don't have a mullet. Yeah, no, my hair is just very long. This is suboptimal. Very much suboptimal. I can't. Okay, now I can see. Took you months to notice my long hair? Yeah. God, why did I think that would be a good idea? I was going more the direction of like Animal from the Muppets, but there you go. Is that obvious enough for you? Hold on. I just wanted to be clear that I do not, in fact, have a mullet. I respect anybody who has a mullet. I saw a poodle with a mullet once. That was kind of incredible. Probably my favorite mullet I've ever actually seen was a poodle with a mullet. Now grow a comparatively long beard? Respectfully, no. That's it. Can you be a dwarf? No! Okay. What kind of job do you want? We got miners, we got stoneworkers, some woodcutters. Got our mayor. Got glass makers, crafts dwarves, a metal crafter. Any? Don't like beards? Can I just say no? Why do I have to give you my full reasoning? Oh, you're stupid. Hello. It's good to see you. Finally made it through the picture disc side of Nuclear Throne's soundtrack today. I read that as beat an animal, and I was like, what? It said butcher an animal. How's your dwarf doing? I don't know. Where is your dwarf? You know, curses. I was shocked when we raided Scootiloo, and he got your Roman numerals right. But no, I don't have anything against beards. I just don't want a beard. It's literally that simple. Yeah, I've never, I know your name is Roman numerals. No way in hell I'd ever be able to figure that out. I barely know 1 through 5. I always mess up 4 and 5. Yeah, he got it like immediately. I was so impressed. But yeah, no, you're doing all right, Curses. You're 90 years old. You do have some old wounds on your neck. Many dwarves in this fort have old wounds, though, from various things. You're a nervous wreck, apparently, and you often feel filled with joy. So that's not a contradiction or anything. You're a nervous wreck after being forced to endure the decay of your spouse. But you often feel filled with joy, a strengthening after a new romance the same year. So you endured the decay of your spouse the same year that you found a new romance. I wonder if that was the same person. I'd be willing to bet you found a new romance and then they died the same year. So you often felt filled with joy because you had a new romance and then they died and you had to watch their body rot. Ooh. What's even better is like that happened in the year 250. And then she tries to do things correctly each time. And she tends to think before acting. After experiencing trauma in 261, what was the trauma you experienced 11 years after having to witness the, like, death and rotting of your own spouse? What's even better is, like, you're not depressed. You're, like, perfect. You're fine. You're a little panicked reliving being attacked. So you're a little jumpy, but that's about it. You're currently reading a book. which is a 41-page guide entitled Profane Wanes Understood, authored by Gozru Dead Relief. And it concerns the Fortress of Profane Waits. And the writing is as vicious as can be, and not awful, but not very good either. Yes, you're an easily stressed, jumpy, joyful person. So what's this fort's thing? I just wanted to play with lava and volcanoes, and that's all it really is. This fortress doesn't have any strict themes because, like, I'll be honest, most of my new ideas are all, like, based around premium, and premium's not out yet, and I don't have it yet, so I'm just kind of biding my time. This one's just, like, about building dumb structures to dump lava on people's head, which I did. I built dumb big things to dump lava on people's heads. You've never watched one to completion? I usually watch them about 2 months after he's finished with them and after people stop pestering me to watch them. Oh, also, this goblin is back here and is evil. I'm just going to leave him there. He can just stay there. It's fine. We'll go kill him eventually. You'd rather be a mason? I don't think I named you yet, did I? So, if you'd rather be a mason... Because I got distracted because Chad told me to put my hair down, so... That guy USA. So that guy USA, you worship Nagotol, who's the female deity of death, by the way. The very metal god. You have no friends, just passing acquaintances. And she is interested after watching a performance and said, I saw a dwarf recite the bowels and the breakfast at the Massive Lobster, and it is interesting. So bowels and the breakfast must be some poem? So, you're incredibly tough and agile. She has a round chin and her nose is hooked. Her head is narrow and her somewhat tall ears are free-lobed. Her hair is wavy and her short hair is neatly combed. Her gold eyes are slightly protruding and her eyebrows are somewhat high. Her hair is pale chestnut and her skin is pale chestnut. She likes andrite, copper milk quartz, and the color amber, which is the color of your energy, leather armor, and backpacks and sheep for their wool, and swans for their beauty, and the words of the waxy pedal, and the sound of the berries of drumming, and the sight of the queen of dances, and when possible prefers to consume cougar eel, foxtail mullet beer, sweet pod seeds, and you absolutely hate mosquitoes. Quite relatable, frankly. Must be how a dwarf had a rotten fruit during breakfast and had his bowels and complained. Oh, probably. Definitely. Personally, and all the other dwarves were complaining that he smelled like miasma. Personally, strongly values tranquility and quiet and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Dreams of mastering a skill. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need after experiencing trauma in 258. And she is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges. She is gripped by crippling shyness and a strengthening after wearing old clothing. And she is confident under pressure. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, since she values parties and merrymaking in an abstract concept, exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Are we at 13, 13, 13? Hell yeah! All right. Also, as amusing as this is, my hair is like itchy, so I'm gonna do this so that I don't get annoyed by it. I also hate mosquitoes, yeah. So that's a pretty relatable dislike. Mosquitoes, slugs, snails, maggots. Those are the easy ones to dislike. But then when you get like a dwarf that hates hamsters, it's like, what do you have against hamsters? What did Hamtoro do to you? The fuck, man? Have you survived to adulthood? I can't remember. The amount of carnage in this fort has been a bit ridiculous. The thing is, though, we're like 2/3 of the way to like the actual death cap, which is kind of crazy. Rick Albert, I don't think you're still alive. Snail, Spice, Sagler, Sanic, Hazazah, Phoenix, Raz, Saxter, Henning, Time into Raff, Alden, Goats, White Dog, Olosan, Seashore's Wall, Takira, Siv, Reza, Lizard, Onyx, NetJam Jr., Bastet, H2O Audio, Aquafunkalistic Video App, Potato, Wendigo, Space Pirates, Papioke, Blue, Vita, Kodiak, Megaloaf, Animal, Accident. Yeah, something happened to you. Death cap is, if we hit 3,000, we'll stop getting migrants. Basically. Might be a different fortress. Might not be. I mean, hold on. Let me check something. Like, I've kind of had a lot of dwarves die in this fort. In fact, I'm pretty sure, yeah, no, I don't think you've had one in this fort. Otherwise, you'd show up in here. I'm pretty sure you have one in Long Death, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you had one in Long Death. That little thing is done. Little thing? Yep. It's the lever of death. I like the rendition. Which one is this? This is Stonewater. This is the one with the big lava towers. By the way, chat, for those of you who haven't done this yet, there's something very important I need each and every one of you guys to do. Okay, I want you guys to go to the Steam Dwarf Fortress page, the page on Steam. And if you haven't yet, obviously wishlist and follow it. But more importantly, nominations for Steam Awards are out now. These nominations will continue until the 22nd of December. So go vote for Dwarf Fortress as the Labor of Love Award. Because now is our best chance to win it. Go vote, chat. It's very important. Voting isn't always about politics. Sometimes it's just video games. And in this instance, go vote. Go vote for Dwarf Fortress for the Labor of Love Award. Hey, told us. Sure, where's the link? Go to Steam, go to Dwarf Fortress, and scroll down and vote for Labor of Love. Unless you're signed in on a browser, a link wouldn't work in the first place. So literally just go to Steam DF. DF on Steam. Thanks, Sire Stupid. Yeah, but we're going for the Labor of Love. We can go for a different one next year. I think that's what the community is rallying behind. So if you vote for other ones, that'll just dilute the vote. I mean, there's currently like that thread on the subreddit that has what, 400 upvotes? That shows for Labor of Love. So there is a few that it could, but you got to do your part, Dwarf. It doesn't show you the banner? What? Like it doesn't give you a voting spot? But yes, it's the only one that it'll actually let you vote on, is according to subreddit, which I was just looking at. Because it's not out yet, which is kind of funny. Which also means it'll be easier for us to rally behind Labor of Love. Personally, I think it should just get the game of all time, but you're going to go sleep, Ultimate Lizard. Well, thank you very much for the brand new subscription. And you have a good sleep. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, no, that would do it. Oh, yeah, no, because Alexandra was commenting about it in chat earlier that she couldn't vote, so we had to, like, send her screenshots so she could tweet it out. And she was just like, oh, yeah, I can't vote. Oh, maybe it's because I'm a dev. It's like, yeah, that would do it. Like, you're kind of biased. Hate to break it to you, but you're kind of biased. This has to be a community effort, guys. Which would, you know, kind of defeat the purpose if devs could vote. Hell yeah, Clinto. I'm thinking about making a vote for Dwarf Fortress for Labor of Love Award short or something for YouTube. Get that out. Spread the good word. Do your part. Help us beat, I don't know, RimWorld or some shit. I don't know. Who else are we going to beat? Who else do you think would be getting Labor of Love on Steam? Also, somebody pay attention to this because we're getting close to 13, 13, 13. Terraria, true, Terraria. Again! I don't know. I think Terraria should relinquish their Labor of Love award for 1 year and give it to Dwarf Fortress. Like, truthfully. Like, I feel like I feel like if any game on Steam should be like, man, Dwarf Fortress, you can have this award and not us, it should be Terraria. Although, watch Bannerlord get it or something. They swore that they're not going to release any more updates for a 4th time. Have you ever heard the term under promise and over deliver? That's just like Terraria. Terraria's motto is just like under promise and over deliver. I feel like they have gotten something similar. Or no, they've gotten like best live, like No Man's Sky has like retroactively gotten a lot of random awards. To vote for Dwarf Fortress instead of No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky's won a ton of random crap before. Like, let No Man's Sky have their awards, but like... Yeah. Under promise and over deliver. No, No Man's Sky is taking put in a lot of work to fix their mistakes. Honestly, I swear that No Man's Sky wasn't like the development team's fault. I am convinced that No Man's Sky is the fault of Sony. Like, honestly, it really feels like Sony picked that game up and was like, hey guys, we'll fund you, and then just like completely fucked them. Is really the way that that thing feels. Like, it really feels like they were just kind of handed a shitty card and were just like told to suck it, basically. But what do I know? They made it unplayable on slightly older processors. Ouch. That sucks. I don't generally watch internet historian videos. Not that I don't like them. I just don't generally watch them. I think I've seen that one, though. It's like a 2-hour-long full-length movie, if I remember correctly. Let's just forbid that. And we're going to fill 2. Dwarf come down. It's neither of the dwarves I was thinking because they're all just getting food. Guys, come on, pull the lever. There you go. And then... Look at that. Something about this that's just badass. I'm telling you. This shit's too cool. Too fucking cool. But yeah, I think I've seen it. Like, that sounds vaguely familiar. If it was a while ago, then yeah, I think I watched that. The thing that really bothered me about No Man's Sky, and literally the reason I've never bought that game nor played it, is because I was like, oh, this game looks really cool, even at launch, and then took one look at it and was like, oh, this is going to make me throw up, because it didn't have FOV slider and a crappy frame rate at launch. So I waited for a good long while until that game got kind of good, and then I was getting interested in it again around the time like people's opinions of it started to like flip over to the positive side from the negative side. And then I started doing a little bit of research, and I learned that the planets were just a flat plane that you couldn't actually like fly into the atmosphere of and fly all the way around like Elite Dangerous. And then I was like, oh, never mind. I don't care. Because like when you land on a planet, the planet just goes infinitely if you just fly in a straight line. You can't eventually fly around the planet. You can take off of the planet and fly around the planet and go down to waypoints, but you can't just fly in a straight line and fly all the way around a planet. It basically spawns you into an infinitely, like an endless, like Minecraft world, essentially. I mean, like it's a tiny ass team, and like I don't really expect them to have features like that. But then, like when I learned that at the time, I was still playing a lot of Elite Dangerous, and I was like, well, I guess I will just keep playing Elite Dangerous because like that wrecks it for me. You're visiting your parents, and you went to a new sushi place to get dinner for us at their recommendation. It was amazing. It's like the best kind of sushi is when you go out for sushi and it's really good sushi. You know what I mean? Like there's sushi and there's sushi and then there's sushi. And it's so good when you actually get sushi instead of just sushi. You know what I mean? Explains a lot. Like when I learned that, like I asked a friend of mine who's very heavily into space games. I'm like, what's your biggest problem with this game? Who, by the way, is Bognogus, who does a lot of like Star Citizen stuff on Twitch. And he was literally just like, My biggest problem with this game is that I can't fly around a planet while in atmosphere. Why? Did you do a lot of, like, flying in a straight line, trying to find your own stuff, and then giving up, and then taking off, and then flying back down, and going, man, it's taking forever. I want to play more Elite Dangerous. It just sucks that everything except for the flight model in Elite Dangerous is terrible, which is the case. Elite Dangerous is an extremely good, like, spaceship sim, but everything about the game that isn't the part where it's just a spaceship sim just kind of sucks. I mean, I have 400 hours on that game, and it's fine. That's my take on Elite Dangerous. It's one of the best, like, flight sims I've played for flying around in space. Especially, like, if you have, like, a HOTAS setup and you can play with assists off. Mwah, it's so good. But actually, like, as a video game, it's pretty bland, empty, and dead, and there isn't a lot to do. But it's just, I mean, I always played in solo. I never really got into the multiplayer side of it, and I also didn't really get into the combat. I played it primarily as just like a space exploration sim. If I got more into the grind of like actually leveling up my ship and stuff, maybe I would have played it longer. But you know, I mean, I got 400 hours out of it. I'm not hurting. I did good. I flew all the way across the galaxy a couple times. Thanks for the follow on Mastodon, by the way, Zalser. Yeah, I mean, I've flown all the way around the world a couple times, and I enjoy it. I just, you know, it just kind of eventually wore out its welcome, I suppose. Sweet and spicy ear rolls. Ooh, Alaskan rolls, good stuff. Yeah, I prefer Alaskan rolls to California rolls massively because, like, salmon is so much better than fake crab. And some pork gyoza that are the best you've ever had. Some actual salmon sushi and oodles of sashimi. Ooh. Japanese smoked salmon sashimi? Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Chat, very important. Minute and 55 seconds until 13:13:13. Is anybody here going to get the screenshot, or do I have to do it? All right. Well, next mode of operations. Is you fork due to inebriation or creating a ring? I was here for 13:13:13. Yay, Hex. I'm just going to be recruiting some dwarves into the military for a little bit here. Dreams of mastering a skill. Utterly fearless when confronted by danger. Perfect. You'll get it, but redundancy is welcome. Hell yeah. If anybody's wondering. I really hope one day we can turn Gremlin for Mayor into a Dwarf Fortress fan stream of some sort. Maybe just like a 24-hour rotating thing of like fan art or something. So when we hit 13:13:13, the stream crashes, right? 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. Got it. Boom. Snagged one too? Hell yeah. It's in the Discord and off topic. And we've got a stoneworker who's possessed. I was getting caught up on a Discord conversation, which I shouldn't be doing. Oh, and I'm like, why am I not seeing you? It's because you're carrying your kid. Did you Gonna bring your kid with you? Yes, you do. Okay. Actually, I wasn't sure. I was like, are you gonna dump your kid on the floor? Gosh, I hope not. By the way, chat room. Gremlin from Air is at 85 followers. I bet you we could get it to 100. Bet you we could. Then you get a 4-day weekend for American Thanksgiving. Hell yeah. Any plans? YouTube is suddenly asking me to verify that it's me. Bruh. It's definitely me. The fuck? Turns out YouTube gets annoyed if you just like account swap constantly. Might start up a new playthrough of Mass Effect. Like just a full series playthrough. That's one of like Mass Effect is one of the few games that like I can understand why you would do a full series playthrough of that game. Just because like each game affects the one that comes after kinda. So mom claims a mason shop. So I got a potentially inappropriate like comment on YouTube, which is just like somebody cursing at somebody, and I can't figure out what they're responding to. I'm so confused. You must be off. It's 10 to 1. Well, thanks for sticking around for so long today. We'll see you when we see you. I never really got super heavily into Mass Effect. I played Mass Effect 2. I never played the first one. I didn't dislike Mass Effect 2. But I also never finished it. I managed to completely bork a save of mine due to like a shitty crash and blue screen on my old crappy computer. And I corrupted my save file and I went to like start over and made it like 2 hours into a second playthrough after losing like a 30-hour save and just kind of said, fuck it, and never went back. You thought my hair was shorter? Nope, it's pretty long. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast. Lathi Ithaki has come. An enormous one-eyed caddisfly. It has a round shell and it belches and croaks. Its amber exoskeleton is rough and cracked. Beware its webs. That's a weird one. Also, it's in a layer that I don't have access to, so I'm assuming it'll just flap around and then not do much. You can use a save editor to recreate old save files. I played it on PC back in the day. Just not, obviously, the Legendary Edition. I had it on disc, actually, on PC. No, it's a good setting. Like, that's the, like, the part that, the reason I didn't go do it a second time was because I found the, what's the word? The gameplay to be a little dull. But the actual, like, world itself is pretty fucking rad. I'm gonna make a Crundle terrarium. Just to confirm, chat, Crundles lay eggs, right? I'm like 98% certain that that's the case, correct? Big old caddisfly, yep. Nightmare of my kitchen. Also, chat room, it kind of like, not to like out what people are talking about behind the scenes, but my team's currently talking about social media. Looks like I'm the rebel of the social media who's just saying, fuck all the major platforms. Embrace Mastodon! And everybody else is like, maybe Instagram. And I'm just like, okay, I guess I'm the rebel. Can't stay long, but you thought you'd say hello. Well, thank you for swinging by and saying hello, Balinor. Means a lot, man. The 9 years was on the 17th, so this is a bit belated, but I kind of forgot that it was happening. And then reminded myself and was like, oh, I guess I should probably put that in the title. No, that's not what it says. Clino. No, it doesn't say that. It was literally just somebody insulting somebody, but it seemed like they were either responding to the wrong comment or they were responding to a comment that, or they were responding to a comment that they didn't realize they were responding to because they were basically just like explaining something that made sense and just like being really rude about it. It read like they were responding to one of those like, yo, they should hire more programmers questions. But they weren't responding to that. They were responding to something completely unrelated to that, and they were like cursing at this person a bunch, so I just deleted it. You got your parents to go on Mastodon? You know, actually what I did when it comes to social media that was like the greatest thing I ever did? Halfway through the pandemic, I made a Discord server for my family, and I managed to get my mom, my dad, my aunt, my uncle, and all my sisters on it, and one of my grandmas. And it has been like the best family social media thing ever because literally we just dump photos in there. It's idiot proof, so my aunt and uncle can use it, and they're not the greatest with tech. And it's just like been so like far and away the easiest thing ever. Like I've been coordinating like Christmas shit through Discord with my family just by like DMing people. It's just like, oh, I'll get a DM from my sister. Have you bought a gift for so-and-so yet? No, what are you getting? Okay, well, then we're putting money in to get a thing for my dad together and stuff like that, so. Turns out, Discord, it's idiot-proof enough that my entire extended family can use it. And I'm kind of happy with that. Mastodon is not idiot-proof, which is good, because, like, it means idiots don't make Mastodon accounts, which is great. Dwarf is angry? I mean, it happens. So these dwarves are throwing stuff into lava, which means they go up to here and then they go to this little hole in the glass and they throw all the stuff down into there. And it go wee. And then it melts the bodies. And it's great. It's 2 of 7. I'll just let that keep filling for a bit. Time hasn't been subjective since the 1st of November. Yeah. It's going to be fun, I think. It's going to be a fun December. I just hope people enjoy it, really. I mean, that's my only real worry is that it comes out and people won't like it. Which I think is, like, a silly concern. Like, realistically, I shouldn't be worried about that, but I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't. How's that strange mood doing? You, right here. Still going for stuff? Well, that's good. Sure. I just hope people like the gameplay. Because, you know, there's a lot of people with pretty inflated senses of what they're expecting from Dwarf Fort, which is, you know, what happens when you have a game that's this legendary, right? So I hope it lives up to expectations. You can't imagine that most people who pick it up won't like it? Yeah, no, I agree. Hold on a second. I gotta go check outside my door. That's not. Billionaire, hello. Thank you much for the raid. What's up, man? Apparently I have a package that was delivered and left at my front door, which specifically was stated that they weren't allowed to do that for a specific package, and I'm wondering if that's the one or if this is like a weird, it wasn't actually delivered today. Billionaire, thank you very much for the raid. How was It Takes Two? How was adventure of with the wifey? If you guys don't know Billionaire, go give Billionaire a follow. The lovely lad from Finland who plays video games on the internet. Plays a variety of stuff. Will be playing Dwarf Fort when Dwarf Fortress launches. On day one, I assume. Right? Anyway, go give Billionaire a follow. Unless you'll be like the one person streaming Kinseed, which is releasing on... I cannot imagine why like indie chill building game would decide that, hey, let's release on the same day as Dwarf Fortress. Like, they should delay that by a month. Like, that's not a smart release date for Kinseed. No offense to Kinseed, but they don't know what they're about to get hit. Warhammer Chaos Gates with DLCs on the same day? Pfft. Child's play, man. Play some real games. Actually, I wouldn't judge you if you played Chaos Gate DLC. That game looks pretty cool. I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure they did. You're gonna play it after DF? Just do like halfsies, like split day. Play DF for 6 hours and then play some Chaos Gate. Could work. Yeah, no, DLC for Chaos Gate. I managed to get a fingerprint on my glasses that don't want to come off. Also, anybody coming over from Bell's stream, you probably know me already, but if you don't, my name's Blind and I play way too much Dwarf Fort. That's what we do over here. I play a game that is really difficult to comprehend unless you play it already. And right now, I'm making an enclosure for some Crundles. Because I have a bunch of Crundles, so I don't know. Like 5 gold nest boxes for these guys. No, the worst part about having glasses is losing your glasses. Which I did while I was high a couple days ago. Like on my weekend, I think it was Saturday. Like I dropped my glasses behind one of the chairs in my apartment and I didn't realize that like they got knocked off the chair behind the chair. And I was just like wandering around for like a good 40 minutes going, where the fuck are my glasses? It was the worst. Been there, yep. Sucks. It's like, where did I put my glasses? Bastet got into a fight with a hungry head. Seems to have punched the hungry head in the right wing with the right hand, bruising the muscle. And then screamed, "I've improved my fighting." That was not satisfying. Turns out it was not that satisfying. The hungry head is vomiting a whole lot, by the way. Oh, also, Belliner, I don't know if you've seen it, but this is the defensive structure I have for this fortress. There's that lovely helicopter landing pad with the Kit Fox logo over there. But over here on the right, we have these 3 towers, and they have pumps on the inside that pump lava all the way up to this 3rd layer. And then this 3rd layer has glass floodgates around the top, and I can pull a lever and flood those walkways around the edge there with lava. And then the remaining just get chucked into the lava with the drawbridges in the middle. It's very effective. You need to stay away from Steam forums. Someone literally suggested Dwarf Fortress. Just, yeah, I think I actually responded to that one. Yeah, no, like I saw that one, and honestly, like there are some games on Steam that have done that model. I think a pretty notable one would be Doki Doki Literature Club. But let's just say that model is significantly less profitable than just selling the game and having a free version on your website. Which is what Dwarf Fortress is doing. is just having a free version on their website, which is significantly better for everybody involved. Big lag. Doki Doki scares you. Doki Doki was a wonderful video game, but yes, it is quite terrifying. Oh my god, I didn't even realize there was so much stuff right there. So I had a bunch of wagons get destroyed. So apparently I just have like these... Yep. Okay, just like huge piles of stuff. Well. Doki Doki is an incredible game, especially if you haven't been spoiled on it. Incredible game. What's up, Brent? Welcome to the channel. What does the Doki Doki DLC even provide? You just played the free version and you were done with it within a few hours? It's literally like some wallpapers and a thank you note. The emotes are sweet? Well, cheers. Glad you like the emotes. Cooler underscore SK in chat drew them. Even if, like, Dwarf Fortress ain't your thing, at the very least you have access to Crypt Plois for a week. Or for a month or whenever. Which is a pretty rad little emote. Also, one of my favorite moments in the first week of the Kit Fox streams of Dwarf Fort was Tarn Adams going, "Whoa, there's a dwarf with a gun." There's something about that. That's just really funny to me. That dwarf has a gun. It's like, yeah, that dwarf has a gun. That dwarf has a gun and it doesn't care about your feelings. It was like I just cracked up laughing when I was watching. You like those emotes? You like the zombie and the derplin and the plotlin? Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with Dwarf Fort at all, Brenton, but Tarn Adams is the guy that makes it, and he's kind of a legend in the games industry. Also, by the way, chat, for those of you who don't know, Toady1 has a Twitch account. I repeat, Toady1 has a Twitch account, which means the fact that nobody's gifted Toady1 a subscription to KitFox yet kind of offends me. I'm just saying. That kind of offends me. I wonder if Zach has a Twitch account or if it's just Toady who signs in. You followed Toady1 5 years from now when he streams for the first time, you'll look like a real OG. I mean, like, I agree with chat that he should do a stream of launch morning of him shaving his hair when the game releases on Steam. Are you like running away in fear from something? No. What are you doing? You're like doing these weird laps. Another big chunk of lag. Something's spawning. This is what happens when you play on such large maps. This stuff just like just grinds to a halt. But to be fair, we're really kind of pushing it with this fort. This is a huge fort on a massive map with a shit ton of stuff going on. So the fact that it lags a little bit doesn't actually surprise me that much. Toady1 is Tarn and 3-Toe is Zach. All right, the other thing that I can do is I can go up to here. Which is going to stop the flow of this. Also, hello, Death Pony. Yeah, Toady is Tarn and Zach is 3-toe. You've been watching for a short time and you're looking forward to the full release? Well, hell yeah. You know, it's kind of funny. Recently, I realized that I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress actively for 4.5 years. Which is crazy, by the way. So now that the lava is stopped, this lava flow will all flow into here, and then it'll all stop. All right, so next thing I want to do is I want to secure up this elephant enclosure, because right now it's not very secure at all. So I want to secure up this elephant enclosure. I also want to deconstruct these two things. Magma crabs? They're not an issue. Magma crabs are not... I don't understand why people have issues with magma crabs. They are not aggressive. They're super chill critters that just kind of just want to path off the map, and that's pretty much it. So I've never had an issue with magma crabs. Like, they don't cause me issues. Like, I think I've lost maybe one dwarf to a magma crab in this fort. And most of them, when they do end up in the fort or trapped in the fort, they just kind of get beaten to death pretty quick. Like, they're really not a huge threat. No, that's fine. I mean, you have to play way too much of a video game to know the developer's username off by heart, right? Which I do. Is indicative of a great underlying game. Sure. I like that combo. That's a great combo, actually. But yeah, no, I mean, I've played a single fort for 2 years, 2.5 years of that, which is Long Death, the other fort that I was playing. So, you know, it's crazy. How's the Dwarf with the Strange Mood doing? They were still making the artifact last time I looked. This map's so big, like, it's taken a whole season to make artifacts before. What was their job? There you are. Still carrying, still moving. Yeah, this fort runs at a lowish frame rate because of how big it is, and also just the fact that, you know, stuff is really far away. So, yeah, no, this dwarf's been still walking. Tanox, still walking. Still walking. The biggest, like, personal argument that I've had with myself this month is whether or not I put ads on my channel during December. That's the biggest argument I've had with myself recently. Because, like, I don't run ads. It's, like, just the way I've run my stream my entire career. I've never run ads. I don't like ads. I think ads are shitty. But what I will say is my web browser, which is Brave, seems to block Twitch ads pretty well. So kind of feeling a little bit more okay about it if I can just be like, don't like it, use ad block, that's fine. Because randoms seem to stick around longer if they don't get hit with an ad immediately upon joining. That too. It blocks them for me. I actually have a question. Do you have hardware acceleration turned on? Turn it off. It made them blocked. If you have hardware acceleration turned on, turn it off. See if it blocks ads. But, I mean, you're subbed to me, so you're fine. At least until that sub runs out. Because I will never turn on ads for subs. That would be ridiculous. Apopina evolved. I probably butchered that, but thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Twitch ads are super good at getting past ad block. Yeah, but there's ways around it. That's just, I like ads because it helps the streamer financially, and I don't see them anyways. I mean, I approve of that message. There we go. Artifact is getting made. Please make me a door. Really like a door. Yeah, I don't know. I hate ads, and I wish I could just have no ads on my stream whatsoever. I even avoid, like, sponsored content unless I absolutely need it to. So, I like being crowdfunded. Got to spend it. You got to spend it somewhere, you know? Be a waste if you didn't. You want to acquire something, you want to be able to practice some martial art. All right, Civ. Put you in the military then. You are unable to acquire something. You want to practice martial art. Dreams of mastering a skill. Stubborn and will stick with even the most futile action. Once your mind is made up. All right, how about you stick with training for the military? Hell yeah! What you gonna do for the rest of the week? End. Versus. I like a stream that runs ads. You open a second browser on that stream, mute the tab, enable lowest quality video, and disable ad block on that one. Interesting. Then you just have it on in the background. Oh, so you can like tab between when ads come on so you don't miss anything, or what? I guess I don't see the point of that. Or are you saying that you just lurk? Because like I said, it's just been something that I've been doing soul searching on for a while, and I don't know what my solution is. Like, I have until the 31st to decide, or the 30th? 30th. I have until the 30th to decide if I want to run ads on this channel during December, basically, if I want to take an ad deal. I just haven't decided definitively one way or another. Oh, the one that, oh, I understand. Okay, so the one that you're running has ad block. Well, that's good. I mean, I don't have any issues with promoting ad block. My main thing is I want there to be no pre-rolls for newbies coming in, because as anybody who's been here for a while will notice, there's a lot more people watching this stream than there was 2 months ago. We've gone from like an average of like 60 to 70 viewers to like 150 basically in like a month. And that number is probably going to go up a lot when premium comes out. We're going to have a lot of randos stumbling into the channel. And I want first impressions to be as good as possible for newbies, you know? We're all excited for the 6th? Yep. Me too, Ropton. Me too. And having audio without the ads. Yeah, I mean, like, if I turn off my ad block in Brave, it just gives me the picture-in-picture and I get the audio, similar to the way Firefox works. But I'm an asshole, so I leave it on. Here I am, having stumbled in. Well, hello, Flapjack. You might actually be able to figure out this game by then. It's not that bad. It's really not. Quit overthinking it. You'll just sub if it really bugs you. Yeah, that's generally where I'm at. It's like if there's ads running on a channel and I'm enjoying watching the channel, I just sub. Or I leave. That's usually how I do it. Give these guys some statues to dance around. Why not? This is going to be my Crundle terrarium. We'll give them a lower layer. There we go. Except let's actually not channel. Let's just do downstairs and upstairs. How do my stairs work? I mean, you know the answers to that question, so why are you asking me? What? You want to know why that system would never work, Hannah? It's because nobody would watch ads. People would wait an hour and then they'd tune out. And then they'd refresh the tab and then they'd do it again. They'd clear their cookie cache and do it again. Unfortunately. Diorite coffer and claims it as a family heirloom. Oh, damn, you got a coffer. You know, Twitch tried that with opt-in ads a while ago. We had ad bits where you could watch a 30-second ad and get up to $1 in bits. Yeah, that didn't last very long. Misty Number, the Savageries of Vanishment. It's worth 99,600 Zethal. This is a diorite coffer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It's better than a sneezer, and I will put it in the tavern, I think. It is encrusted with cushioned diorite cabochons and studded with rose gold. And encircled with bands of rose gold, this object menaces with spikes of iron, pigtail, and clear garnet. On the item is an image of Eshmil Flagtempt, the dwarf, and dwarves in diorite. Eshmil Flagtempt is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Eshmil Flagtempt to the position of Baron of the Rim of Savants in early summer of 156. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in date top palm wood. On the item is an image of rose-cut gems in Bloodthorn. Glorious. Big fan. You know what? Actually, let's put it in this temple. I have zero choice. No. That's actually my issue with the ads, is I have no choice over what ads are shown on my stream. If I could, like, pick what ads to queue up and be like, no, I don't want shitty candy ads. I just want, like, Intel and video game ads, then, like, sure. I'd be much more okay with it, to be honest. You thought it was ramps? All of my characters are uniform. I don't really use ramps. So I'm not sure what you're seeing, but I'm not really using ramps, no. There are the X, which are up, downstairs, and then I have upstairs and downstairs, and that's basically it. So yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Finally got your stitches out today. It was pretty painful. Well, at least it's over, right? The number of pixel ads you saw in your pixel is in like a Google Pixel? It's kind of like how Amazon is really bad at recommending products that you haven't already bought. It's just like you buy like an umbrella on Amazon, and then for the next 6 months it's like, hey, could I interest you in buying an umbrella on Amazon? And you're like, along being mildly dyslexic, at some point you're going to be completely wrong with the counting. Yeah, don't worry, I've screwed up the count before. Although people will be sad if you screw it up. Just be honest if you screw it up. That's all that I ask. And nobody will be mad at you. for very long. Why does this Pixel suck? Why is the Google Pixel worst phone ever made? Sincerely, unhappy Pixel purchaser. Making a Crundle gym. I've heard nothing but good things about the Google Pixel. I don't own one, but I've heard nothing but good things about that phone. Camera's literally the only part of phones that I care about. You never got to see the Steam logo. Can you show it to us? Why don't you just go to the Steam page and look? What? Nope. There is no way to pre-order Dwarf Fort. You'll definitely replace it with another Pixel. If I had a dead Pixel, I also would replace it with another Pixel. Preferably a not dead Pixel. Sudden surprise out of fucking nowhere heartburn. Whew. Oh. I mean this one? I think it turned out quite well. I'm not the only person to have made one, though. The only thing you care about is battery? I care about battery, headphone jack, and nice camera. Those are the things I care about with phones. I'm glad you like it, Sketchy. Replaceable battery, durable, and headphone jack. I don't care about durable, but I care about replaceable battery, headphone jack, and expandable memory, and good battery. And that's what this phone has. The TCL T10 Pro has a replaceable battery, super easy to replace, expandable memory, headphone jack, and it's fine with the case. Oh, yeah, no, I saw. Lamont. And don't worry, I stole the idea from Cupo. She made one back when the Steam version was first announced. Except hers was an obsidian maker, so they actually like had water with lava around it and then dumped lava in the water to make it seal into obsidian, and it was actually the correct coloration for the Steam logo and all kinds of other things. So honestly, like the peak one was Cupo's, and mine was just a fake imitation, really. Android phone, yeah. I mean, TCL doesn't make Apple phones. Apple makes Apple phones. I guess I could install iOS on it, but why would I want to do a thing like that? I have this lovely customizable Android. Why would I sully that by, putting Apple on it? Unless that's an Apple Pie, in which case then something I'm interested in. I don't have anything against Apple. They make fine laptops, but I'm not a big fan of their OS. I'm not a big fan of their planned obsolescence and whatnot. I much prefer a phone that, like, if they stop updating the firmware, I could just put custom firmware on and keep going. I like a phone that I could use until it stops working. Also, Clino, if you're still lurking, how's the Steam forums been past week? They gotten worse or better? You're not a big fan of their proprietary formats? Yeah, that too. Same thing, though. Planned obsolescence kind of comes hand in hand with proprietary bullshit. I don't like selling hardware as a business model. Oh, shit. Wait, did somebody die of old age? Olin Page Scribes has been elected to the position of Holy Diamond of the Jade Creed. And Vakar Backaddicts has been elected to the position of Sacred Cover of the something doctrines. Well, now, was that my dwarves? No, it wasn't. Okay, so that's off-map stuff. Religious leaders changed. I mean, as far as hardware goes, I'm not an Apple fan at all, but they make really nice laptops. Like, I do not like their business. I do not like their takes on right to repair. I'm pretty okay with their takes on, like, personal information and security and data privacy. But, I mean, I like their hardware. But that's about it. Hello again, Jerhanning. Welcome back. I mean, I actually would say that Apple's better for unnecessary bloatware than Samsung. Samsung is worse than Apple for unnecessary bloatware. Let's put some more nest boxes down here. Let's give these evil Crundles a place to live, shall we? The dumb DLC thread. The dumb DLC thread you discussed earlier was dumb. Yeah. I'm surprised that thread even got any traction. Every now and again, like, I see threads just, like, take off on various Steam forums that are just like, why are people even giving this person, like, breath? Like, why would we even, this is so grammatically poorly written. Like, why would we even give this person, like, 10 seconds of brain power? You have a OnePlus? I don't even know who makes the One series of phones. I'm not a phone person. I do not care. Like, I care about as much about phones as I care about, like, computer hardware. And by that, I mean, I completely ignore the fact that they exist until mine cease working. And then when mine stop working, I do, like, an hour's worth of research until I find one that suits my needs, and then I buy that. And then I forget about their existence for another 4 to 5 years. And like, my requirements are, does it have good camera? Yes. Does it have good battery life? Yes. Does it have replaceable battery? Yes. Does it have headphone jack? Yes. Okay, I'll buy that one. Does it have bloatware? Don't really care. And if it has too much bloatware, then I just uninstall the OS and put FreeDroid or one of the various other Android equivalent open source OSs on it. Something is wrong. You told your wife the Steam autumn sale was on and she told you to go nuts. I mean, to be fair, games can be really cheap in the Steam autumn sale. For Apple, there were only ones that made solid high-end metal frame laptops. For years, Apple were the only ones that made solid high-end metal frame laptops, and half of the engineers you knew were buying them and running Windows or Linux on them. And now several companies make good ones like that, and Apple's off on their own chip, so everyone's buying ThinkPads again. I mean, like, there are definitely, like, Apple equivalents, but honestly, the nicest laptop ever made, just form factor wise, is the Air line of MacBooks. Like, MacBook Air is just such a fucking nice little laptop. There really isn't anybody that makes just like a thin as fuck long-term battery life, nice little laptop. It's so brittle. It's such a nice piece of kit, though. It's so nice. I don't know. I'm not a laptop person, but when I want a laptop, I want a transportable small device. Mwah. But I will literally never buy one, so ThinkPads are the goat. ThinkPads are nice little laptops, too. You know who also makes weirdly good laptops, but they're way too fucking expensive? Razer. Razer makes well-built little laptops. But to me, a gaming laptop is kind of an oxymoron, so... It's like just the dumbest shit ever. It's like, why in the world would you buy a gaming laptop? Do not understand. Brain does not compute. Okay, so I got 3 semi-wild trained Crundles. All right, where are them Crundles at? Let's do Crundle. Crundle, Crundle. 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 Same with gaming phones. So last TwitchCon I went to, which was TwitchCon 2019, I met a friend of mine there who I haven't really spoken to since, actually. And he had 4 phones for some reason. And, used them all. And 2 of them were specifically for gaming. He also had the Razer phone. And I think that meeting him in person cured me permanently of phone obsession. Because this is like somebody, like the first person I ever met who was genuinely obsessed with like the hardware of phones, like loved it. And he had a different phone for like everything. He had like one phone which he was using for IRL streaming, one that he had just like a bunch of games loaded onto it, one that he was using for like video streaming, the other that he was just using as a phone. And it's like, okay, well, one of the Crundles reverted and went wild, and now it's dead. Rest in peace, you dumb Crundle. That Crundle wasn't very fundle. That's very true. Sure, with external GPUs, but that's no longer a laptop anymore, right? Sorry, but I'm not having an external fucking 4090 on my lap alongside of a laptop. That's stupid. No, to me, like, laptops are specifically, like, either low-end games or, like, hardware processing, like video processing and stuff. Like, the most I will do with a laptop is, like, video editing. It's just not why I would buy a laptop. The concept of wanting an external GPU for a laptop just makes my brain hurt a little bit. Also, chat. Dwarf Fortress hit 119,000 follows. Yay. I wonder, actually, is there anything above us in the top 100 wish lists? That's coming out before Dwarf Fort? Okay, so we're still, like, right behind Atomic Heart. Let's see. Well, Dark Tide's coming out. Yeah, I think that it's just Dark Tide. Are you still alive? Check your pulse. I'll answer your question, I think. Is your dwarf still alive? Yes. We also just named your parent. Your parent is now Takira. You worship Tholteg and Alod. You're 2. 2. Work call finished at last? Hell yeah. Best system is any fastest single core clock speed you can get. Look at these Crundle eggs. This Crundle just like fucks off. Dude, I realized that... Oh, never mind. That's a kitten, not a Crundle. Wait, hold on a second. This is a problem. Kittens look like Crundles. Okay, semi-wild Crundle. Trying to tame Crundles over here. Come on over here, you adorable little bastards. That one's trained. We got semi-wild and trained. Nope, I don't actually want you to take all of these. Dang it, Dwarf. Well, okay. Dwarf runs off with Crundle eggs. Typical Dwarf. I kind of like the idea of a kitten playing with a bunch of Crundles, though. Trying to figure out, what do you think is more evil, chat? Kittens or Crundles? Because my bet would be Crundles. Good stream today? Yeah, no complaints. How's Taylor? Crundles are more evil than kittens? See, Crundle's goal is to just, like, interrupt jobs. Kittens' goals are to wreck frame rate and catch a vermin. May you please have a mechanic named Gus. Do I even have any mechanics in the fort? I don't have any mechanics currently. There are no mechanics in the fort. Do you have a second choice, Gus? Brewer? He says, nothing is so important that it is worth telling a lie. You worship Ral, the most common deity in this faction. And your particular flavor of Ral worship is the Fellowship of Jades. You are 84 years old, born on the 12th of Malachite in the year 179. He is corpulent with medium-length sideburns that are neatly combed and a very long mustache arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed and his hair is clean-shaven. His nose is sharply hooked and his narrow ears are tall. His eyelashes are extremely long. His brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray. His eyes are gold. Got to office and IT land manager was in the midst of reorganizing systems you worked on, so you worked for 2 hours while they were doing billable time. Hell yeah! What are you doing? Waiting for them to finish their shit. You like garnerite, bismuth, jelly, opal, clear glass, bolts, gigantic squids for their ability to spray ink, and the sound of the poetry of tone, and the sight of the mirth of flowers. And when possible, you prefer to consume bat ray, cabbages, and 2-wheat beer. And kangaroo's milk, and you absolutely hate mosquitoes. Also, thank you, Taylor. Corpulent? Now, that's a compliment for a dwarf. That just means you're roly-poly. Personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Finds merrymaking to be a waste of time and values good craftsdwarfship. And doesn't feel strongly about the law, and you dream of creating a great work of art. He is unfazed and absolutely he's shameless and unfazed by the thoughts of others, is always tense and jittery, and is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. I could put you into the military for a bit if you want to slim down. I mean, would help. Personally, is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, though he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. Though he finds the rules, to be valuable in the abstract, and he has an overinflated sense of self-worth and can handle stress and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He is slow to trust others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess and likes a little excitement now and again. with his and likes a little bit of excitement now and again, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Tends to be a little wasteful tends to be a little bit wasteful when working on projects, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind. And he's currently more confident. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything. Welcome to the fort, Gus. You are brewing drinks. You have a good bed. Sleep well, Rolf. Thanks for hanging. Reasonably accurate. Seems like a dwarf. Apologies on the corpulent comment. I didn't write it. The dwarfs did, okay? In the sub chat on Discord. Sounds fine. Give me like a minute. Give me a moment and I will get that set up for you. One person can do it. Go viewer, play sound, choose file. Oh, move them. One. I'm gonna have to turn that up, I think. Exclamation point Kodiak. Let me know if it works. Well, I mean, we'll know if it works pretty quick, actually. I think I'm gonna need to boost the volume on that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to boost the volume on that. Give me a second here, chat. I'm just trying to do a thing. This is very important, okay? People have paid me money to do this, so I gotta, you know, get it set up quickie. Audacity. That's playback speed. Where did Audacity put volume? Give you plus 20. Let's test that. PC. That, jump there. Try this. I do not have permission. You have to type it in again. But give that a test run. All right, let's get back to playing the game. If that's not loud enough.
I'm gonna cut your heart out with a spoon!
Why a spoon, cousin? Why not an axe?
Because it's dull, you twit. It'll hurt more.
There you go. That seems a bit better volume-wise. Otherwise, I can boost it again. But I'll do that later. What was I working on? Right, Crundle headquarters for evil Crundle doings. It'll hurt more, it's true. It will, in fact, hurt more. It's a good line. But yeah, if anybody's wondering what just happened, Kodiak supports me at the $25 tier on Patreon, which means that you guys can, you get custom sound command alongside of that. So if you ever wanted a custom sound command on this channel of your choice, as long as it's not full of copyrighted music that will get me DMCA'd into the YMCA of streamer hell, you can do that via Patreon. If for some reason you wanted to. Or tier 3 on Twitch. But Patreon's obviously more financially efficient for everybody involved. Turns out choosing a movie that family watches on Friday night and your next choice will be Robin Hood. Well, there you go. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out how you would cut someone's heart out with a spoon. It's like, I guess you could kind of do it with a spoon and a hammer, maybe. But yeah, there shouldn't be any cooldown on it, so you should just be able to use that whenever. And there really is no limits, just don't spam it constantly. A lot of force? Yeah. I would imagine. So we're going to have to keep an eye on... A stray voracious cave crawler has forgotten his training. Well, so we're going to start capturing and hopefully training animals down here. Just because, like, this is such an easy spot to train critters. Might as well. I mean, we've got all of these tame Crundles down here. I'm just going to need to spot when they lay some eggs and then just forbid it. And then we'll slaughter all the original parents. And then those kids, the ones that they make, will be made into more Crundles, obviously. And that's how we're going to breed our Crundles. By slaughtering the original parents and then breeding the kids so that they're more tame. Because Crundles are primeval, so who doesn't want an army of your very own kitten-like Crundles? That entire goal is to be literal Dennis the Menace. You know that? Okay, that's a mod somebody should make. It just turns all the Crundles into Dennis the Menace. Somebody should make that mod. Because that would be hilarious. And kind of phenomenal. Is there not enough lava down here to, like, splash up? That's kind of disappointing. Oh, well. It's like, I'd imagine you'd sharpen the spoon first, but if, like, the point is it's dull, then, like, I guess you can't, really? Anyway. Not a Dennis the Menace fan? I'm also looking forward to a Calvin and Hobbes overhaul pack. That and, like, a Toy Story overhaul pack. There's a lot you could do with that, too. I'm trying to think of, like, other, like, dumb mods that would just immediately get taken down for content reasons. Copyright reasons. Although I really, really, really hope that Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod gets a update as well as an actual official tile set. Because Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom complete with, like, splattered Mario. I'm in. I want that so badly. It's literally my dream. I mean, Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom literally is the Super Mario Brothers tile set. Just because, like, when you start up the game, it just has to play that very iconic line. Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. It needs that. It needs it. And if you disagree, that's fine, but you're wrong. It needs it. It needs the Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. Man, these Grundles are not forgetting their training. That's good. I kept on expecting them to forget their training multiple times and we'd have to, like, squish them. Turns out, no. I also then keep seeing these kittens and thinking they're Grundles. It really would be, wouldn't it? You know, just like all these little Yoshis and everything. But the problem is, if it got any sort of traction, Nintendo would probably just give it a content strike. I'm trying to think, what should I want to draw something on this floor to, like, symbolize that Grundles live here. And I have bloodthorn trees, bloodthorn logs. So I could do it in Bloodthorn. What kind of symbol do you guys think a Grundle would have here? Just like maybe red horns? It was like they're little dudes with horns, right? We could do like just a big old fuck you. Just a C. It's kind of thinking like horns with a red eye. I'm just going to do my best to approximate a Grundle on the floor here. Are there humans in Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom? I mean, there can be. I mean, there's plumbers, but those aren't really humans. Those are plumbers. Plumbers are, very important demigods. But because it's a Dwarf Fortress mod, you could also just leave the original Dwarf Fortress stuff in. And so you could have, like, all of the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom stuff, but also just, like, dwarves. And, like, elves and humans and stuff, and they will interact the way they would as if they were all supposed to be there. So you'll have, like, battles between, like, toads and dwarves. It's pretty good. It's one of my favorite things about modding Dwarf Fort is that you can just do that. And just be like, oh, so I hear that you, like, really want, like, this mod. Cool. Well, how about you also do that mod, but also still have dwarves around? Which is just very amusing. This is Stonewater. This is the one with the big glass lava towers and the pixel arts all over the place. This is like kind of the last non-long death fort that I'm going to do before premium. It's in like 2 weeks, which means I got like 5 more streams, really. Basically, yeah. Kodiak, basically. I saw a plumber once in my time fiddling with that mod. A single human once. Or a single plumber once. It was a red plumber. This is going to end up kind of being like evil Rayman, is what this little guy is going to look like. You're going to go to bed? We'll see when we see him. You're not relegated to watching VODs on YouTube? I try and like have my schedule as open as possible, but unfortunately it doesn't work for everybody, right? So that's gonna be my Crundle. My best Crundle approximation. Yeah, this is Stonewater, which is the fortress of these big old towers. You know, quite a few people watch my VODs. I know they're not like the heaviest viewed thing in the world. Like, you know, it's not like thousands of people watch every VOD, but I'm really excited and curious to see what kind of views the VODs get once those VODs go from being, you know, current DF to suddenly being premium DF, which is going to be a switch that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks. There will suddenly be a point where all of the videos going up on my YouTube channel are of classic DF instead of premium DF, and I'm very excited. It's going to be a fun month, December. Which is weird, because I'm normally like I'm not a Christmas person. I don't really like Christmas. I think Christmas is kind of a shitty holiday. But oh my god, I'm suddenly very excited. Especially because, like, holidays this year is going to kind of suck because it's going to be at my grandma's place in the old folks' home, which is fine. The sad part is like only half the family will be there because there's a huge chunk of the family that still refuse to get vaccinated, and even to get into the old folks' home, you have to have a vaccine pass still. So, dude, it's not close, okay? Dwarf Fortress Premium is not close. Do not get confused. It's not close. It's exactly 13 days, 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 4 seconds away. 2 seconds. 11 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds away. That's how long we have until Dwarf Fortress releases on Steam. That's the countdown to Tarn Adams and Zach Adams suddenly being millionaires.
Got to get this in before venturing off to Tahoe in the morning for the rest of the week.
You're going to
Hope
Tahoe?
You're doing good fine, sir.
The fuck you doing in Tahoe? You better be visiting Hobo in Vegas. If you don't, I don't know, be disappointed in you. But, thanks, man. Thanks for keeping that sub alive for a 44th month! It's a long goddamn time. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Rory keeping that sub alive for 44 months? Rory's one of the few people who I've actually had a beer in real life with who watches this channel. He's very tall. 3/4 of your family on your dad's side refuses to get vaccinated, and you'd probably keel over from COVID. Yeah, I feel you there. I won't say that I don't like that part of the family, because that's not true. There are a few members of that part of the family that just confuse the ever-living fuck out of me. I'm not going to say I don't like them, because they're not bad people. They're just dumb. Like, really. But, I don't know. A lot of undiagnosed mental illness on that side of the family, and it's kind of sad. But, you know, like, I'm diabetic, so I shouldn't even get, like, a cold, let alone COVID. So, Tahoe for Thanksgiving with the fam. Gotcha. Hoping to get out to Vegas in December before he leaves. Hell yeah, dude. Me and Hobo had a blast. It was a long 3 days. Like, it's been a while since I've I want to say partied for 3 days straight. It's been a long time since I've done that. It was fun. A migrant has arrived. Dreams of raising a family. Well, good luck with that, dwarf. You have any skills? Hauling a steel pick. You do have mining. I'm sorry, what? Mason is getting chained up? 113 days in prison. What for? Oh, because I forgot to give you a production. Oh, I feel kind of bad about that. Sorry about that, Dwarfy. Hope you'll survive your time in prison. But yeah, we had a blast when I was out there. To the point where it's like, but before going to Vegas and hanging out with Hobo for the week, I guess it was 4 days, 5 days that I was there, 4.5 days that I was there. Before going out there, it's like I didn't get the appeal of that city at all, and I still kind of don't, but it's fun enough that I would go back again. That's my take on Las Vegas now. If there was a reason, I would go back. Because it was fun. Did he make me any food? He made breakfast most days. Honestly, like, we spent so much time, like, at shows and shit that we didn't have much time to do stuff like that. Although, Hobo did have, like, an absurdly large amount of chocolates, which I definitely ate for breakfast more than once. Definitely ate, like, chocolates as, like, a midnight snack a couple of times. Just piles and piles of chocolates, which, you know, is very good as a type 1 diabetic. My blood sugar was really high the entire week I was there. Let's get this stuff filled out. Also, like, I can talk about this now because they're no longer in Vegas, but the other person that I got to hang out in Vegas was my teammate Jess. Who, I mean, this photo's just on Twitter, so it's easiest to show it that way, but... Got to hang out with Jess. Who went and got married in Las Vegas while I was there. To sell. So, I got to tell them congrats before, like, the internet news, so I guess that's my, you know. So apparently the Canadian Conservative Party leader is saying dumb shit about meds. Cool. I wasn't there for her wedding, but I was there like 30 minutes after their wedding. That was like completely unplanned, though. It was kind of funny because like I booked the trip to Vegas and kind of didn't say anything to my team, and then mentioned it the week before I left in our private Discord and was like, hey, heads up, I'm gonna be in Las Vegas not next week, but the week after, so I won't be able to record the podcast, basically was what I told them. And then Jess is like, I'm also going to be in Vegas that weekend. So it was kind of a, oh, I didn't say anything, and also she hadn't said anything, and then I mentioned it, and then it was like, well, I guess we're hanging out then, so we all went on a hike, which is why we went out to Valley of Fire, which me and Hobo were planning on doing anyway, but it was like even more of a reason because it's like, oh, we're hanging out with other people? Yeah, let's drive out to the middle of nowhere and go on a hike. Yeah, no, I mean, it was like her and some family that went to the actual wedding, but I got to give them a fist bumps for congrats afterwards. And then fuck off and catch a plane. Was also kind of hilarious because for those of you who've seen Hobo's car, did I post those in off topic? I think I did. Can't actually remember where I put those photos. For those of you who've seen Hobo's car, here's Hobo's car. This is a good photo of Hobo's car. This is Hobo's car with all this shit on the side. When we were driving back from the park, so we're like driving back to like where he was staying, right? We're on the highway and there's this car that's like tailing us on the right side, and we're just like looking out and I'm like, why is this person like fucking like almost tailgating you, like all like driving like alongside of us and then like slowly and then like right about here behind us, like they're like right about there. And then Jess looks out the window and goes, they have an iPad. They're like taking photos of the side of the car while we're driving. It's pretty amusing. Which is, you know, the exact reason why you wrap your car in anime figures, right? To make random passerbys jealous. Or incredibly confused. One of the two. Probably a bit of both. That probably happens to Hobo occasionally. After, like, we went on the hike here, let me grab that, like, this other photo. I've shown this photo a couple times. This photo's pretty good. He parked his car, like, kind of in a picturesque spot to take sunset photos of it. And this random lady just, like, walked up and was like, hey, can I take a photo of your car? My son will be really happy to see it. Like, this random mom just, like, walked up to us. And was just like, can I take a photo of your car? Also, chat, you guys want to see a flowering cactus? Flowering cactus. See, it's cactus. It looks like a weird onion ball to me. Or like something you'd buy for like $50 on Etsy. Because it's art, in quotes. My other vehicle is a box. My other vehicle is a soapbox. But, yeah. It was good fun. It was a good trip. And somehow I managed to dodge hangovers like every single day. There was like, it was like the Sunday, which was the day that we actually went on the hike. Woke up that morning like, whoa, because we were out until like 2 o'clock in the morning that night. But yeah, managed to dodge hangovers every day, fucking miraculously. Don't know how I managed that, but managed it somehow. So we are putting glass around these so that the trees stop growing, because these are my elephant enclosures. And my concern is that something will climb up and in, and I really don't want that to happen. So I'm doing my damnedest to remove any possibility of things getting over my walls. But turns out I'm doing a really bad job of that. Vitamins and water? Just chugging water. Chugging water. No vitamins, just water. So we drove all... Did he drive his car across the country, like from Florida up to Vegas? Yes. There's like photos of him doing the trip on my Discord if you scroll up enough. I'm not sure which room, but it was like Hobo across the country. Every single time he like pulled up to charge, he took a photo. But like when we were driving out of the park, we autopiloted all the way out of the park. So it was like these tiny little desert roads that are super like zigzaggy that like go up and over little bumps and like around corners, and like there's a cliff on the side of us, and he's just like sitting there with his arms crossed, just like auto driving along this road. Like we literally stress tested a Tesla's auto driving. Also, this child is in a strange mood, so we're gonna follow him for a bit. And the entire time I was in Las Vegas was when, like, the peak of Twitter parody was just, like, exploding. And, Hobo was just like, so do you trust Elon? I was like, no. He's like, do you trust his engineers? I'm like, Sure. Okay, we'll let Kiddo up there do the thing. Let's check in on my Crundles. Okay, why is this dwarf just hanging out? What are you doing? Oh, you're training Crundles. Damn right. I love my evil little Crundle down here. I'm a big fan of this Crundle enclosure so far. Apparently we caught a bunch more Crundles, so I'm going to train all these as well. I mean, it's not fully automatic driving, but it has, like, you know, Tesla self-driving thing, which is, like, a sorta self-driving. Like, it's not purely autonomous because that's not legal, but it's about as close to that as you can be. So Reg, the Crundle trainer. Taming more Crundles. Also, I realize I've gotten super duper off topic. If you guys want me to talk about Dwarf Fortress related things, feel free to just throw questions at me and I can jump back to Dwarfy related things. It's just, you know, we've been streaming for 9 hours and 15 minutes. We'll probably do another 40 minutes of Dwarfs, maybe a little longer. And then we'll be swapping over to Zero Sievert for the rest of the stream. That's the plan. So. Because I want to play some more of that because the game's fun. Because Zero Sievert is fun. You just switched from watching my VODs to watching me on Twitch, and it feels like when you change the channel and the same movie's playing. So I have this memory of sitting at my grandma's house when I was much younger, sitting at my grandma's house, and Star Wars Episode 4 was playing on one channel. Episode 5 was playing on a different channel, and Episode 6 was playing on a different channel, which started an hour after the first two. And this was like peak era, like cable TV, when there was like, no joke, like 5 minutes of ads every 15 minutes. So we'd watch 5 minutes of one, ads would start. Swap to the next one. And then we'd watch 10 minutes, and then ads would start. We'd go back to the first one, and we'd watch 10 minutes, and then ads would start. And then we'd jump back to the second one, and then ads would start. And then we'd jump back to just like doing that on repeat. And then the third one started, and then whenever ads would start, we'd jump to the other one. Whichever one didn't have ads running at that time, we would jump to that one. Has to be the most confused I've ever been about a Star Wars, because I simultaneously watched 3 Star Wars movies at once. Basically. That's what you've just reminded me of. Good memories, actually. Rather fond memories. No, that definitely was not. Definitely was not my first viewing of any of those movies. No, I was a huge Star Wars nut when I was like 12. And during that period of time, definitely watched all of those movies more than anybody really should. And definitely enjoyed watching all of those movies simultaneously, as bad of an idea as that would be for any normal human. In the past? Oh boy, I don't know. Define cool? I made a giant lava toilet once. Like, it was like a multi-Z level lava trap thing. I've made many bridges, which goes from one side of an ocean to another. Found my stream through YouTube? Well, hell yeah, Blick. I mean, the YouTube is mostly just like an archive, but it's nice to know that so many people actually watch the YouTube VODs. You know, it's kind of great. For every person who's just like, nobody watches VODs on YouTube, there's like 10 people who are like, hey, I watch your VODs on YouTube. Like, every now and again, there will be somebody who will be like, hey, can you stop uploading 6-hour VODs? It'd be nice. Otherwise, I won't watch those. And I'm just like, well, I mean, some people do. So, clearly it's worth it. Where are them Crundles at? That's a kitten. You're trained. You're well trained. Also trained, you're also trained, you're also trained. And you're also trained. Hell yeah. Trained Crundles, let's go. It's like a jungle gym, but it's a Crundle gym. I mean, 25,000 people have watched part 1 of Long Death, which is like kind of crazy. One of my favorite comments ever, Uncle Gus, was somebody suggested, and this was a while ago. This was like a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. Suggested that my videos would do better if instead of me uploading like 6 or 7 hour long VODs, if I uploaded them in 30-minute chunks, because air quotes, it would be easier to keep track of what they'd watched. To which I responded with, so you'd rather I upload 12 videos a day? Because I'd be uploading like 12 to 30 videos a day if I were to cut my VODs down to 30-minute chunks. Anyway, I feel like that would not do good things for my stats. I mean, I think it's certainly like it makes it a nicher audience for sure, curses, but like I also don't upload enough that it's super annoying for people who just want the short stuff, and I also upload short stuff, so. You came to Twitch because I found out from a chance comment that my favorite YouTube video game creator was actually streaming them live on Twitch. Wait, who? Now I want to know who this was. I know. If it was me, I swear to God, you're making that up. Or a gold mine for insomnia, sleepy YouTube is a whole thing. Oh, totally, yeah. I've actually had some people comment that they're too busy falling asleep while they're watching my videos to remember to comment, which I think's kind of funny. They did Titanfall 2 videos, really? I'm trying to think, like, who did I know that did Titanfall stuff? Are you? Box. Yes, you are. I think. Nope, you are not. I'm hoping a Crundle goes for a nest box. There we go. 19 Crundle eggs. What I'm talking about. Doesn't Titanfall 2 like have a really good like custom server scene these days though? Because I was totally under the impression that it did. He has a point. Whether or not that's manageable for you or it would be good in the long run, stats-wise, remains to be seen. What, uploading 30-minute videos? I know one channel that uploads his VODs in like 20-minute chunks, and he legit uploads 20 to 30 videos a day. That's Wanderbots. And, I mean, he does super fucking well. But, like, genuinely... like just look at this output. Actually, he's like slowed down a bit recently. Maybe he's like been on a break, but like, okay, yeah, no, he's actually slowed down quite a bit. Oh, hey, he's actually started uploading longer VODs. Yeah, for a good while there, it was like he's up. Okay, he's been doing like hour-long chunks now. For a while there, it was like 20-minute chunks, and legitimately, like, it was like 15 to 30 videos a day. But he seems to have slowed down quite a bit. Neat. Also, his thumbnails got better. Especially when they aren't edited. Yeah. You just find it confusing when people chunk up VODs. I think that if there is a lot of really long, like for me, it's we got a child making that artifact at craft store shop, gems, leather, and 3 pieces of diorite. Cool. I think for me, let's just say it's a full playthrough of a game, and let's say it's a 6-hour playthrough. I think it's fine to upload that in 12 parts, right? If I did it in 2 streams, let's just say, I think that's fine to upload that in 12 parts. But if we're talking like a long-term Dwarf Fortress playthrough that I know I'm going to do like 20, 30 streams of, and each one is going to be 6 to 8 hours, I might cut those VODs into 4-hour chunks with because of a lunch break in the middle. But if I'm cutting them more than that, that's just going to be Long Death is a ludicrously long playlist already. Like, just number of videos wise, it's ridiculously long. And, like, me cutting that up would just make that even worse. Like, genuinely would just make it worse. So. 200 plus videos, yes. 200 plus videos. And not showing any sign of getting any shorter. Also, I think I've talked about what I want to do with Long Death post-premium, but my goal for Long Death is I want Long Death to become like, because Long Death is basically a podcast at this point. I talk to chat and I talk to myself and we talk about Dwarf Fort. I'm planning on, hopefully, I mean, this will only work if there's enough other Dwarf Fortress content creators out there. So I'm fingers crossed that a lot of them start streaming. A lot of people start streaming and like the community grows. But my goal is to bring people on as guests for Long Death. So, like, today we're going to be streaming Long Death featuring Tekid. So it'll be 3 hours of playing Long Death, but Tekid's on, and we're going to talk about Dwarf Fort while I autopilot Long Death in the background. Or, like, here's 6 hours of Long Death featuring, I don't know, Krug Smash, and we're going to talk about Dwarf Fort with autopiloting Long Death in the background. Like, here's 4 hours of Long Death featuring Clinodev, which will never happen. What about a guest running Long Death? No, I'm not going to do that. I will be playing. Thank you very much. But so that's kind of what I want to do with Long Death. Maybe we could have Alexandra from Kit Fox Games on or something. I don't know. Just throwing out names here who will probably be like, the fuck no. What? But, you know, I'm pretty good at interviewing people, and I like talking with people, and I think that would be fun. You know, I'll bully Sethados to come on at some point. Who made Arch Crystal. That's what I want to do with Long Death. In the long run. Because at this point, it's literally just me talking at chat for 6 hours. Which is fine. I could, but I feel like if I were to autopilot a game, wouldn't people rather I autopilot the premium version at that point? But yes, I absolutely could. Although those are a little bit more prep intensive. Actually, I can announce this now because I've already confirmed it. The next time Zach and Tarn join me, the guest for that one is going to be the developer of Odd Realm. So we're going to have Waylon Snedker, who is a massive Dwarf Fortress fan himself, with Zach and Tarn for the next round, which is going to be interesting. And I'm literally just going to give Waylon like a 40-minute block of you can ask them whatever you want. Go nuts, because I trust the guy. I've done a couple different videos with him. Rotating guest running the same fort would be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I want to keep Long Death going and I want to finish it. And the only way that I'll finish it is if, like, there's more reason for me to do it aside from just me streaming. So, I'm out of glass. Time to make more glass. Glass block. And what did you demand? Figurines. I think it was literally just one, wasn't it? Yeah. Pack, thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. You don't even know Odd Realm? Well, if you're looking for something to quell your Dwarf Fortress desires, Odd Realm is on sale right now for 30% off. It's $12 Canadian, so it's like the price of a McDonald's meal. Think about it this way. If Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft, Odd Realm is Terraria. If that makes any sense. Like, Dwarf Fortress is very big and expansive and ambitious. Odd Realm is very small and focused. It's focused on multiple playable races. There's currently, I think there's 3 playable races in the game right now. It's humans, Ardian, and Ancients. There might even be a 4th one currently. Anyway, there's currently 3 playable races. And just like, which he needs to update down here. It still says 2. But there's 3 playable races. And one that I think is in the beta branch. But it's kind of like Dwarf Fortress Lite in a lot of ways, but also has a lot of things that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have.
Yay for 12 months.
Like it has a functioning currency system, and your money has to be hoarded in a vault or it will be stolen and shit like that. And when you buy stuff from traders, they have to pick up the money and carry it to the traders and things like that. Like it does a lot of neat things. Because it's early access. It's supposed to be leaving early access in like 4 months or something. Like he's pretty like it's gonna be leaving early access quite soon. Also that Infinity, yes. Pack, thank you very much for the 12 months. Does it have multi Z levels? Yes. It has, I think it's 64 Z levels per map. It's much smaller than Dwarf Fort, but yes, it does have Z levels. You dig up, you dig down. That's entirely mouse controlled. 64 by default? Yeah, that sounds right. But chat, can I please get a big round of beers for Pat keeping that sub alive for a whole goddamn year? Long time. Man. If you just sent something in and you tried to... What did you say? Block some of you, I'm sorry. You tried... it's fine. I don't think you blocked anybody. So the Dwarven Child has created... Spawn into a thing. Stukos, the Dwarven Child, has created a diorite earring named the Binion. Binion sounds like a disease. It's like, oh god, I'm infected with Binions. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Adil Axsearched. It's worth 32,400 Zathal. This is a diorite earring. Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of oval diorite cabochons and llama leather. This object menace is adorned with hanging rings of bloodthorn and menaces with spikes of diorite. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts and diorite. On the item is an image of clean whisters, the raw adamantine mug, and llama leather. Lovely little artifact. Also something that I was going to do and then completely spaced on. There is adamantine right there. Let's get this stuff smoothed. Yeah, kind of like a bunion. Sounds like a pastry. Doesn't sound like a bunion to you. It's like an ankle growth that you can get. It's kind of gross. Little sister gets them. You think you have more games on your wish list than dollars in your account? I know that feeling. I mean, I think I have like 110 games on my Steam wish list, I think. 101. Yeah. But no, Odd Realm is cool. More like bun no. But I can say pretty safely that Odd Realm doesn't have like thousands of hours of content or anything, but it certainly has like a solid like 30 to 40 hours worth of content in it. But you also don't want to play it right before DF. Nah, that's fair. Because fuck yeah, because fuck English learners, that's fair. Trying to hold out for DF? Nah, I get you. I get you. Just like I can understand why people wouldn't, you know, be committing to hours and hours of RimWorld right now either. Yep, it has a demo. I don't know what's in the demo, or if the demo's been updated in the last 2 years, but it does in fact have a demo. But yeah, I'm going to have him on one of my Bay 12 talks, because up until very recently, he lived in Vancouver, and I think he's now moved officially to New Zealand? Pretty sure he's just, like, in New Zealand now. Because he's, like, on a long-term work visa or something because he needed a change of scenery. But, you know, was able to get drinks with him this past fall. End of summer this year. Got like 4 beers with him, which was good. I mean, theoretically, I could do that. Honestly, if I didn't have weird health complications and like weird requirements and things that I need, I would do that too. Just like drop everything and move somewhere for a year. Let's find out. Is this an elevator to hell? Or is this a safe layer that I can auto mine? It's also taking forever. Probably because everybody's constructing buildings. Oh, it's a safe layer. Cool. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's instead do this. Go up to here. Let's cut those down, that down, bring the whole layer down. But yeah, no, due to my body just like not cooperating and getting like healthcare coverage in other countries can be difficult. It's something that I'm going to do my damnedest to just not have to worry about. Having seen this thread that somebody made about mappings for controllers for Dwarf Fortress, theoretically, I look at this and I go, I really hope that you even have the capability to map stuff to a controller. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Like, Canada has really good healthcare, right? But certain provinces, if you weren't born in the province, you don't qualify for healthcare unless you've lived there for 4 months. So it's like I could go stay in Quebec permanently, right? but I wouldn't qualify for half of the healthcare shit that I need, which means suddenly I wouldn't be able to afford rent because my insulin costs would be higher than like my rent costs, just as like an example. And like that gets even more complicated when you're traveling countries. Oh, true. Yeah, Steam has like a back-end software for that, don't they? I'm really curious to see how well Dwarf Fortress ends up running on Steam Decks. I will say, for those of you Steam Deck users out there, don't get your hopes up. Because then you can't be let down. Waiting 4 months for healthcare sounds like a dream. I've said this many times, 800M, if I was a US citizen, I wouldn't be streaming full-time. Because getting diagnosed with type 1 diabetes is literally a... Congratulations. Either you have to literally make at minimum $4,000 a month, or you have to immediately retire and go get a job that has healthcare, because otherwise you won't be able to afford anything. I've known 2 streamers actually in my time streaming who've had to quit streaming full time and go get like jobs with health insurance, and by this I mean literally like fast food. Like have had to give up quite successful content careers to go get jobs with healthcare coverage so that they could afford insulin. I've known 2. Which fucking blows because insulin is ludicrously overpriced. Oh yeah, no, I pay full price for my glasses and vision shit. Yeah. Same with dental. Totally. Between 2 spaces. But is that for citizens or people with traveling visas? What's the process to get it? It's just not worth it for me. It's not that it's getting more common, it's that diagnoses for things like type 1 diabetes are getting diagnosed correctly more often. I was diagnosed in spring of 2020, so... But my little sister was diagnosed when she was like 8 or something. How old was I? 2 years ago? I was 26, about to turn 26. You know, here's the thing, right? I've literally stated bluntly, I have zero interest in moving for this exact reason, because it's unnecessary stress and everything is completely free here. Like I don't even have to pay a down deposit. Like I have no medical charges whatsoever. Like my medical bills to date last year was like $230, and it was for unrelated things. So, yes, of course. You know, for a normal human being, it's very easy to go to New Zealand for an extended period of time. Absolutely no interest because of medical problems for me. Absolutely no interest. So that's not what the point of this discussion. The point of this discussion is just like, you know, I mentioned that somebody that I know is going somewhere else on an extended work visa, which is great. But like, theoretically, I could do that. However, suddenly, like, you look at it and you're just like, all right, well, I need a doctor. Okay. I need blood tests every 2 months. Okay. I need a specialized doctor. Okay. I need an eye doctor that's also specialized. Okay. And I also need my therapy network. And so it's like, okay, so I'd need to sort out 4 doctors to 3 doctors and a psychologist minimum, just to be able to keep my same prescriptions. Yeah, fuck that. No, absolutely not. By the time you look at that, it's like, no. I fucking hate CGMs. People like those. I have no interest in depending on Bluetooth for my blood sugar tests. Thanks. They are covered here now, though. When they got covered, it was like about a year ago, I think. Fucking hate continuous glucose monitors, though. Do you use something? Feel natural selections puts some people on wrong side of the line? I don't know what you're trying to communicate, but it sounds shitty, so I will ignore it. You have insurance for the U.S. state and you currently live in. It's way too complicated. Would not recommend. Yeah, exactly. Sure, but like, do you have like controller bindings on it? I've seen a few different screenshots of it running just fine on the deck, but like, it's with touchscreen only controls, I would assume, right? Oh, really? You were able to make controller bindings work? Well, that's interesting. Neat. Many people will be very happy to hear that. I personally feel like that sounds like hell. Playing Dwarf Fortress, like, on a controller. Oh, God. I'm pretty sure that continuous glucose monitors are covered everywhere in Canada now. If there's a will, there's a way. Yeah, probably. With a stylus? Yeah, you could do that. I mean, premium's gonna be fully mouse supported, so if you can play the game entirely with a, you could theoretically play the entire game with a stylus. I had somebody complaining that I had somebody on YouTube the other day comment that they are not going to buy it until there's an Android port, which is baffling to me. They're just like, I can't wait for the Android port. I'm like sitting here staring at that comment going like, is that a joke? I can't tell. Like, really, really, really can't tell. But yeah, no, the CGM coverage is weird, Pack, because CGMs are expensive. Like, they're expensive. And the question is does it cost the province less overall to fund continuous glucose monitors or testing strips? And it takes a lot of convincing to convince provinces that it'll cost them less money than testing strips. Which is true. It does cost them less money than testing strips. But, you know, I prefer testing strips because I don't like having things permanently attached to my body. Like, I like taking baths. It's like, suddenly it's like, well, you can't take a bath because of medical reasons. Like, well, that blows. By the way, Dwarf Fortress is a Strand type game for anybody who understands that reference. Continuous glucose monitor. Yes. You're happy in WI, you're disabled and all your crap gets covered. I mean, I fucking hate guns, but Canadian brain here. The only thing that they don't follow is for disabled peeps is eye exam. Well, that's good for you. Hell yeah, man. Don't talk to me about your guns. I'm not a friend when it comes to guns. Considering, like, my best friend has the legal limit of guns you can own in Canada, which is a large number of guns, I'm not a big fan of guns. Your face is a run-based colony sim. You should see how many nematodes live on it. Best friend of you. We have the friends that we have, not the friends that we want. Damn it, Kevin. Yeah, no, when my little sister has a continuous glucose monitor, and when she moved to Quebec and suddenly had to pay for it, it was like $250 bi-weekly. Just to get the pods, not including the, like, initial cost for the thing. And whenever I hang out with her, she just bitches about it the entire time. It's like, you know what, I like just stab the finger in. It's not worth it. Oh shit, jabbers. These are cool big birds. They like to bite dwarves' heads off, though. Vile critters. Let's see if those crundles have hatched yet. Nope, not yet. Still waiting on the crundles. God, so many dwarves are just, like, getting drinks. I feel so bad for this dwarf. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I hate Bluetooth just like as a system in general. I don't like Bluetooth anything. Like I have a headphone jack on my phone for a reason. I've got like cables on everything. Like keyboard has a cable, mouse has a cable. This has a cable, it's just under my desk right now. It's zap strapped to the bottom of my desk. Yeah, no. I am a cables person. I can hear the artifacting on Bluetooth, which drives me nuts whenever I listen to audio. It's like I can hear this like off in the distance crackle. It's like you could give me the fanciest Bluetooth headset and I can hear the artifacting. Fucking data fidelity and they sound like trash. There's interference. I can hear the interference. I can hear other signals through. I have ridiculously good hearing and Bluetooth headsets just sound like garbage. I mean, like, I'm sitting here with these Sennheisers, right, with 2 cables coming out of the bottom and like a 4-meter cable that's like wrapped up and in my pocket. And I'll never live any other way. It's also extremely insecure. It's just not good. Do not like. Bluetooth bad. From falling asleep with earbuds in, you got gifted a nice Bluetooth set and you've never looked back. The audiophile things throws a wrench in that, I suppose. Well, I mean, like, I've had this pair of headphones since 2011. It's like, yes, they're $600 headphones. But I've replaced the cable twice, which costs $30, and I've replaced these foam pads once, which costs $30. I've probably spent less money on headphones than if I bought cheap headphones. I've had 2 Bluetooth pairs of headphones, which were both given to me as part of a sponsorship thingy I did ages ago. Both of them stopped working within 2 years, which is pathetic. I have a pair of wired headphones that I've also had for 3 years that are also from Sennheiser that are much cheaper that I just use for outdoor and stuff. And they're quite a bit more hardy and stable than these ones, but they don't sound as good, but they sound way better than anything fucking Bluetooth. Jesus. I used to use Bluetooth headphones when I worked the night shift because it was much easier to like hide them quickly when a manager walked in. Did a dwarf just die? What were you fighting with? Oh, you were fighting with Captain of the Guard fighting with a hungry head. Oh yeah, you win, Captain of the Guard. Beat him up, kick his ass. You stuck in a tree. I literally stuck in a fucking tree. That's kind of amusing. Yeah, except I had to keep my hair in a bun because I worked in restaurants when I worked nights, right? So it didn't actually matter. Looks like we got hit by a jabber, if I had to guess. Yes, jabber. Who's wounded on the ground? Soapmaker? Going through $30 pair of headphones every few months is bullshit, totally. Which fort is this? This is Stonewater. This is if you've seen any of my other stuff, this is the one with the big glass towers on the surface up here. And Steam logo. Kind of the thing that makes it obvious, but this is Stonewater. We also have a Kit Fox logo over there because I'm a sellout. Fighting with Crundles? Still? Come on, guys. We're trying to tame Crundles, who are adorable. I even made them a Crundle. It's a fort, that part's sure. For sure. I'm going through the VODs of this now. Hell yeah. As somebody who had literally nothing for a couple of years, being poor is expensive, but just requires... No, Stoneworker was found dead. Being poor can be expensive, but generally just requires Discipline. You can get out of it. Sucks, but you can get out of it. There's hundreds of dwarves practically open to be named. Just tell me what job you want. Don't have any mechanics right now, though. Far from adorable. They're adorable, vile creatures of evil and darkness, okay? Who doesn't want a roly-poly little Satan? Which is literally what they are. They're roly-poly Satans. This cavern layer is extra spooky. This is a really creepy cavern layer. This is 3rd layer cavern, and it's all bloodroot logs, and we're mining adamantine right now, and there's just, like, fucking hungry heads and shit everywhere. Canaverous cave crawlers, jabberers, the works. This is terrifying. Terrifying for it. I've got miners or glassmakers. Which one would you prefer? Give you a legendary glassmaker. Burr? Okay. We can absolutely go with a miner. Valleys. She is blissful after remembering sleeping in a great bedroom. Then the last season, she felt satisfied at work, and was satisfied at work, and was amused remembering watching a performance. She felt euphoric due to inebriation, and she felt lonely after being away from friends for too long, bored after being unable to wander, and she was bored after being unable to practice a martial art. She is 85 years old, born on the 2nd of Felsite in the year 178. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and she has a broad, round chin. Her head is somewhat narrow, and her dark brown skin is wrinkled. Her ears are somewhat narrow, and her hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray. Her eyes are gold, and her eyes are slightly close set. She likes marble, nickel, silver, schorl, round lime wood, oriole, tooth, and giant crow parchment, and picks, and backpacks, and thrones, and the words of the silky bride, and the sound of the poetry of tone, and when possible she prefers to consume peach cider and bayberries, and absolutely hates large roaches. There's a great sense of empathy and great creativity and a sharp intellect. You have no friends, but you worship the deity of Datan, who takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. She personally would have the whole world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Hates those who wield power over others and respects perseverance and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She is gripped by crippling shyness and finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She is easily moved to mercy, and she only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance and culture. Racist. And she has a greedy streak, and she only occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. She is trusting and often feels envious of others, and she is a little wasteful when working on projects. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she rarely feels discouraged after experiencing trauma in 253. She exhales sharply when she gets angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and does not really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the Fortress, Valleys. Hey, Doggus, what's up? No intention. I'm definitely not throwing away the biggest opportunity of my streaming career. Why in the world would... Whoop. I let a section of cavern collapse. That seems bad. Anybody dead? Nope. Okay. Oops. Oopsie. I don't know why that caved in. Of course I will. I'd be stupid not to. Doggus. What kind of question is that? I mean, it's in the title of my stream. Like, that would just be false advertising if I wasn't planning on playing it. Reminds you of what? Just cute little octopus. Release the Kraken! Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a mood. But yeah, of course I'll be playing it, Dogus. How you been, man? Baby octopode is always cute little Kraken. Oh no, we got a named Jabberer. I still haven't caught it. Let's just send all my dwarves to go get him. This named Jabberer bit the head off of somebody. We gotta get it deadified. It is pretty wounded, though. It's got a lot of cuts on it. Jabberers are like giant evil dodos that just want to bite your head off. You're excited to finally see some graphics? I mean, there's graphics right here. Don't you see them? See dwarves running by. I'm carrying bits and pieces of other dead dwarves. And other things. Stupid Jabberer. Oh, it was definitely killed by the Jabberer, yeah. These bloody head pluckers. They just have big beaks and they go, boop! They pop your head off and run away with it. They don't even share afterwards. Quite rude. They're coming to get him. Bird killer. I love how he's wearing a Forgotten Beast silk cloak. This dwarf is... My militia commander is wearing a cloak made from silk harvested directly from a Forgotten Beast that we have enslaved in this fort. Not bad for a 10-hour stream, though. Oh, shit, an actual visitor. Human Glassmaker Void Hunter is visiting. It's been a while since we've seen visitors. Looks like they got him. Seems like the Axe Lords got to him first, hacked him apart. The wrestler stabs the Jabber in the head with her spear, I think that is. Chipping the skull, tearing the brain. Well, dwarves don't make colonies, so that's a silly question to ask. We make fortresses. And this grand mountain home has 197 residents currently. If dwarves made colonies, this wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress. It would be called Dwarf Colony. Which would be a completely different video game. What? Did you, like, go all the way back up to the beginning? Curses? You know, fun fact, I used to be a Discord partner, but it got removed just due to low activity. And we were able to keep the fortress run, or we were able to keep the Discord server partnered for like an extra year and a half because of that counting room. 197 sounds like a fun time. You know, you say that you lurked in my stream for so long. You clearly haven't paid much attention because 200 dwarves is pretty standard for Dwarf Fort. 220 if you have a good computer and a small map. Highest number of people in a fortress? Like, ever? Like, if we're counting invaders, the most I've ever had is maybe 1,200. But let's just say that the frame rate was kind of glacial. I had like 200 dwarves, and we got attacked by, I think it was 700 creatures. It was like 500 goblins, and then the rest were trolls and beak dogs. There was also some blizzard men mixed in there. It was what I would describe as a PowerPoint presentation of a siege dynamic. And, honestly, it's a pretty epic PowerPoint presentation, Some people complain about, like, frame rate slowdown in DF. I don't. It wasn't frame rate slowdown. It was dramatic slowdown. It's like, the bullet time sequences in the Matrix. It's very fitting, in fact. Also, don't confuse this kitten with my crundles. Kitten is, of course, a kitten, which is a small mammalian carnivore, usually domestic and hunts vermin, versus these guys, which are just a tiny underground monster with large claws and horns, and it walks on 2 legs. It is dangerous when encountered in large numbers. He is weak, his scales are crimson, and his eyes are black, and we are breeding tame crundles, which are literally micro-demons. Damn right. I can't wait. We will unleash our hordes of tiny little red midgets, and they will beat the crap out of things. Did the Blizzard men try to get you into their digital card game? No, but Blizzard men are very, very rare, very, very evil creatures that only spawn on evil glaciers. Turns out dumping lava on their head is quite effective. Turns out. Wasn't particularly surprised. They melt rather quickly. Stop playing muds? Well, fortunately, Dwarf Fortress isn't a mud. So, here's the thing, right? Give Dwarf Fortress some credit. It ain't a mud. I love muds, but Dwarf Fortress isn't a mud. Come on, man. Come on. You can't lurk for years, show support, and then just, like, blatantly be mean to the game. Sheesh. In fact, here you go. We'll play an actual ASCII for a little bit. Stopped playing muds in this fucking guy. Let's go back down to the basement and mine out some more adamantine, shall we? All right, so we gotta go around the adamantine. Gotta be careful. Microdosing occult clitoris. Damn right, sir. Who'da thunk, right? Who you calling a mud? I generally am good humored when people are openly dismissive of Dwarf Fortress's glorious graphic style. But I don't find you particularly funny, Doggus. I like you, but that's just low. If you stopped playing muds in 1998, go watch somebody else. Genuinely. And I'll see you on the 6th. Or not. That's fine, too. You do you, man. All right. Find me a mud that's in the Museum of Modern Art. You're a graphics snob? Then what the fuck are you doing in my stream? Multi-user dungeon, NetJammer. Generally text-based. The primary player base of multi-user dungeons these days are completely blind people because they are entirely text-driven. It's basically like the MMO equivalent of something like Zork. No, because NetHack's a roguelike, but NetHack is text-based. Because you like me? Okay, then why are you insulting my favorite game ever made? Why are you being openly dismissive? If you're excited about something, show interest. Don't be openly dismissive, and you'll get better responses. If you're openly dismissive, then you will get dismissive responses, right? So if you like me, you won't be openly dismissive. Unless that's the intent of your discussion, in which case, yeah, then you will get the exact same kind of response. If you like people, be respectful. I don't think that's a weird request. Section of caverns collapsed again? Why do I keep managing to do this? It's gotta be like something. Fortunately, nobody died. Just injuries. Nah, it's fine. Just bruises. Nobody got hit. Yeah, see, they'll all walk it off. But actually, there's a mud on Steam that I play sometimes, but I don't play it on Steam. I play their separate downloadable client. It's called Batmud, Batmud, if you want to go look it up. They are pretty easy to develop, which is why they've existed for so long. And I have Mudlet right down here, which is a mud client. Open source mud client. So that you don't have to go through a command line. You can just open it up, find the server that you want to join, and just click join. Mudlet's been around for decades. I mean, fuck, RuneScape was a mud before it was a fully 3D Java-based browser game. Which is why so much stuff in RuneScape was still text-based. It's because it still has its mud roots. It's one of the more high-profile examples of a mud that made the transition from being a mud to being something that isn't. Well, let me tell you something, right, Dogus? Imagine you're playing your favorite game ever. Oh no, Blue Nixa was found. Got bitten to death by another fucking jabber. God dang it. Sorry, Blue. Actually, it's 2 dwarves that are dead, I think. About to have a second one dead. But yeah, think about it this way. You're playing your favorite game ever, right? And then somebody tunes in and says, I'm so excited to play this, but this is so ugly. I hate it. Is basically the amount of dismissiveness you're throwing at me. So it's like, cool. I'll see you on December 6th. I don't want to know your opinions until then, because it's just the same kind of dismissive crap that I've dealt with for literally 5 years playing this game. And so if you're interested, like I said previously, show interest. If you're not, I'll see you on the 6th. And that's my take. I know that that's mean and dismissive, but that's my take. Where'd this fucking jabber run? Dude, there you are. I guess I'm just going to put an armor stand right here, and I'm going to just stand the military there. Trust me, there are plenty of people who have absolutely no idea what's going on in the game. But nobody says, nah, I stopped playing MUDs in the 90s. Fuck you, I still play MUDs. Like, genuinely, I still play MUDs. Dwarf Fortress's simple graphical style is accessible. And if you're a graphic snob, cool. Fuck off. Go play God of War. This isn't a game for you then. Even premium is not going to be a game for you if you're a self-described graphic snob, which, by the way, is my least favorite demographic of people who play video games. God, I feel bad that Blue died. We just named Blue. I mean, God of War is fucking fine, but if you're a graphics snob, go play and watch games for graphics snobs. If you're interested in deep mechanics and replayability, boy, do I have a game for you. Totally forgot about that game. It's pretty good. It ages pretty well. It would be terrible for streaming, but they still add like a few dozen rooms a month. And there's plenty of like user-made content too. There's tons of stuff in it. I'm setting up, I'm moving one of my military squads down here so that we hopefully have less casualties while I'm digging this stuff out. As replayable as Dwarf Fortress? I mean, I can point out a couple. There's some that are close. I mean, CDDA is one. Caves of Cut is another. Stuff like Cogmind and NetHack as well. I would say that there's an argument to be made for even something like Diablo being stupidly replayable. Properly modded original XCOM is also incredibly replayable. It depends on the MUD. Some of them are more graphics driven, but the vast majority of MUDs, like, think about it this way, right? We as Dwarf Fortress players are kind of sad that, like, Dwarf Fortress is losing some of its native controller or keyboard support. MUD players get sad if you can't play the entire game from the command line. It's the same kind of thing. But yeah, like, so asking for buttons in a MUD, it would be like me asking for mouse support in Dwarf Fortress. But, you know, we already play with a mouse. He's right there. So, you know, we need some mouse. So, originally, they were going to be removing keyboard playability for in-game, but that's been restored as an options toggle. Keybinds are changing, but they're not removing them. So you'll still be able to select things using keybinds, but they're changing because WASD is going to be camera movement instead of announcements, burrows, designations, and squads. So because WASD is going to be moving camera now, it's going to need to change. So are they removing them? No. Are they changing them? Yes. But initially, they weren't planning on keeping keyboard controls, and then there was like a mini uproar on the subreddit of old school players who were like, hey, I have Parkinson's, and because of that, I can play the game. You don't have to lurk, just don't be a douche, right? And just maybe learn some tact, right? No problem. Genre. Is it like Water? I'm trying to figure out how to say your name, but thank you. Means a lot. It's honestly kind of nice. To each their own. I will use as much keyboard as I possibly can, and I will learn those new keybinds as fast as possible. Yeah, no, I agree. So let's just jump up here to this squad, and I can't remember which one was it. Okay, so the gilded neutralization is going to move down. Whoa, hi, Hobo. Yeet. I kind of just expect there will be like a keyboard preset on the workshop or downloadable like almost immediately. Like it's gotta just be saved in a text file like before, and you'll probably just, I'm just assuming, you'll be able to just like copy paste the text file over and it'll just work. Pretty hefty assumption, but still, it's a relatively safe assumption. Yeah, no, that's fair, Uncle Gus. Can't wait to use bins again. I mean, as somebody who uses bins in the current release, I can't wait for bins to be less fucky. Can't wait. How we doing? I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. That's how today's been. Been pretty good. No complaints. You just missed Rory, I think. What are bins? Bins are boxes that go on stockpiles that items get put in that allow you to put more items in the stockpiles, but there's a bunch of weird bugs with pathing and item priority on them right now, which makes it impossible to get certain items out of them if they've been put in a certain order. And completely unrelated to anything, but go to Steam and nominate Dwarf Fortress as the Labor of Love Award. But yeah, that's what bins are. Go to Steam right now and nominate Dwarf Fortress for the Labor of Love Award, or you don't have a soul. Bah. Or a trash can if you're from the UK. Sure, yeah, true. Which is about, like, their usability right now. They're basically trash bins right now. Oh, hey, look at that. A vile force of darkness has arrived. And they seem to be goblin in variety. On the item is an image is a rendition of the little flies, a finely designed image of a sunberry. The image is a symbol of the rhyming tick in goblin civilization. I'll lock all my dwarves inside. And since most of them are underground right now, I will pull this lever immediately. Should not let goblets be stored in that stockpile, but I digress. Also, the kind of annoying thing is they happen to be in a very... You just lulled on DF Steam? At what? Hmm? Pull the lever, Dwarf. Get over here, Nortram. Why do you have to go from the bottom layer all the way up to the top? Oh, labor of loved. That's okay. That's a terrible, but thank you. Lots and lots of labor and lots of love. You're the first person to say it, so I guess you're the first kid to watch this stream. They're chasing a king snake. Well, that's good. All right, well, hopefully somebody puts that body in a tomb. All right, Nortram, get over here. Hold on, let me DM Krugs. Turn on the Krug signal, yes. Also, I should pause the game because we are about to be attacked. Finish this. All right. Sent him a heads up. All right, let's see. Can I get... Let's just pull the red door. I just need another dwarf to run in here. Oh yeah, no, Krugs is cool. You're more likely to get a shut the fuck up response from me than you are from Krugs. But yeah, I shot him a request. The Krugsmobile? I would love to see a Krugsmobile. It's just like 50 Krundles carrying a dwarf on a platform. Okay, so Aban, the gem setter here, is going to be my dwarf that's going to be locked in this room to pull the levers. Yes, they are over a lava pit. Pause. Cancel. Locked. All right, let's jump up to this layer, and we'll pull this lever. Not the do not pull lever. Are they really just chasing that? They're fucking chasing a snake. Oh my god. This is a tiny siege, by the way. There's like none of them. And they're going after a snake. Tiny fucking siege. The do not pull lever would release a forgotten beast into my basement. Not a super scary one. It's made of stone and it shoots webs. But like scary enough that I kind of don't want to fight it. Unless I need to. Well, I mean, it could be made of metal. Anyway, it's this guy. It's a forgotten beast elephant. Named Aslot. It's this thing. It lives down here, and the do not pull lever opens this door and this gate, so essentially just like letting it into the fort. Shouldn't you just dismantle the lever then? No, what if I want to release a forgotten beast into my fort for reasons? It's very important to leave your options open, okay? No, I mean, elephant right now is my main source of silk. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 doggos here. And we pull this lever. And then elephant shoots its webs at the dogs. Absolutely, NVC. You understand my logic. Mayor Gremlin pull the lever. Oh, Mayor Gremlin pull the lever indeed, yes. Anyway, speaking of gremlins, where the fuck's these goblins at? These fucking morons. They're never gonna catch this king snake. Also, on the topic of elephants, we do also actually just have, like, these. These are all elephants. These are all elephants. And there's no elephants on this layer, but... And then I got my army of good boys. The happy-go-lucky Krundles. They're down here. I'm starting to love my image of a Krundle there. There's something about it. It's like, I know their eyes are supposed to be black, but like white was the easiest I could do. You like the Krundle image too? It turned out better than I thought it would, considering it was just like something I tossed together in a couple seconds. I might make some more down there on the floor. Forgotten beast made of steam with no special ability. You kind of felt bad killing it. I once had a... This fortress was called the Blockade of Fools, and the whole idea was that the dwarves were just like going to go like immediately dig too deep, and then we would just have like a blockade stopping hell from like escaping. Anyway, it was a level 3 cavern fort, and the cavern that we were in was this super deep chasm in the middle, which went all the way down to the lava sea. So it was like there was this plateau that had nothing on it, and then there was like a 80Z level drop down to the lava sea. And there was a dwarf that fell asleep on the edge of this cavern. And oh, cool. Goblin is they're killing that king snake finally, so they can come over to my fort now. and there was a dwarf that fell asleep on the edge of this cavern, right? And the hilarity thing that happened... Oh, no, did it go offline? It goes offline every 48 hours. There's nothing we can do about that. I think it's about... Yeah, it hit the 48-hour mark. Twitch boots streams offline every 48 hours, so you need to restart it. It's just a Twitch thing. Anyway, so they might... Aqua might need to hit the reboot button. I don't know if Aqua's here right now, but it's fine. It'll pop back up sooner rather than later. If you need the music, though, you can still go to gremlinformayor.com and you can play the embedded music there. Anyway, what was I talking about? So anyway, there was this dwarf that fell asleep right on the edge of the cavern. Like, literally right on the edge, like, right next to the thing. And this forgotten beast spawned, which was a flying ball made of snow. That was it. It was just a blob composed of snow with wings. No special abilities. And it just flapped all the way up to this sleeping dwarf. And then the combat log was incredible. It was immediately 99 pages. And the combat log was... pushes dwarf in the body. Attack was deflected by pigtail cloak. Pushes the dwarf in the upper body. Attack was deflected by pigtail cloak. Just on repeat. And the dwarf slept through the whole thing, and a fucking troglodyte walked past and slapped it, and it fell to pieces. It's like, a dwarf didn't even wake up. And then my military showed up and killed the troglodytes, and the dwarf kept sleeping. Like, imagine getting, sleeping through a forgotten beast attacking you. Yeah, the beast definitely was forgotten. We forgot moments after it happened. But I still remember that beast because, my God, that was funny. There was another forgotten beast that killed 2 monster slayers by causing them to dodge into an adjacent magma too. Yeah, that'll do it. Don't you just love it when you have, like, really, really well-skilled dwarves and they dodge so effectively they die? It's the best feeling. These goblins are being super inefficient, guys. Come on, just, like, walk over here. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? The problem is this is not going to be that epic because there's not going to be that coming through. Dwarf, are you just really bored? Lonely after being away from friends? Yeah, understandable. Let's just stop putting goblets here. Because goblets should go into the tavern. Of his copper short sword? Well, I mean, someone had to, right? They're chasing an impala. Well, these are very easily distracted goblins. So there's only, like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 28. Only 28 of them. This is the smallest siege they've sent me yet, I think. So I could just fight this first squad. Or, you know what? I'm going to lava dunk these first guys, because that'll be fun enough. And then I will just drop the gold bridges down, and we'll just send them out and go kill the rest. So this will be a pretty easy crew to kill, I think. So because many of you have probably been watching the Gremlin for Mayor stream, which will come back online at some point, you'll recognize the lovely, lovely tune of Drinkin' Industry, which we have a 10-hour version of, which has become the thing that I play when this siege goes off. Also, I just want to say shout out to this person's tags. Diggy, diggy hole. I appreciate that. Lads, it came back. All right, we got much more important things to worry about. Dargan! Why is... Also, I just realized that there's another... like, really tall adamantine spire over here. Whoa! Thanks for the $10.
Love your YouTube videos and content for Dwarf Fortress. Thank you.
Well, thank you for saying thank you. Appreciate you. There's a lot going on right now. Got a siege. And there's a Durgan in the basement. Cave dragon. The lady cave dragon? This is a boy cave dragon. Come on in here, dragon. You know you wanna. I got traps for you. You can hang out with my Crundles. Sure, you'll get along just fine. Donkey. Wrong kind of dragon, but... But seriously, Cronox, thank you very much for the $10 in bits. It means a lot. All right, Dwarf. Where are you headed? I hope it just kind of stays there, because I really, really want to catch that thing. All right, so we're just going to turn this tower on over here. Because you see these goblins right here? Yeah, they're not going to make it around this corner. Get him, Dwarf. Get him. These goblins are moving up. They're very brave. And you know what? Honestly, I respect it. Overkill, maybe. Entertaining, definitely. Okay, how's that Durgan doing? Goblins go melty mode? This is true. Gotta watch the Durgan. So this is the second time this cave dragon... I'm assuming it's the same one. A cave dragon has shown up here. Have I ever kept elk birds? Yeah, not in a while. I don't even think there are any on this map. I haven't seen any. Why? Jess! I hope you had an easy trip home.
3 sextillion.
Oh, this is going to be a minute. Oh, did she just say 3 sextillion? Okay, cool. Yeah, because it's all just zeros. Thank you very much for the 30 months. 9 years on Twitch. Yeah, Shay. What's up, dude? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Jess? I got to hang out with briefly in Vegas. 2 days. It was fun. Like I said, we should do it again sometime. I'm sorry, why is a dwarf dead? Why is there a goblin in my fort? How did a goblin get into my fort? What? Genuinely, I have no idea how this dude got in here. Well, kick of that, I suppose. Like, genuine statement. I have no idea how this goblin got in here. But stabbed somebody to death. Climbed inside? Yeah, I don't know how, though. Like, there's no holes? Like, no idea. But there's this goblin just like that somehow got into my fort. Anyways, now killing another dwarf. Oh, that's 2 down. Wow, this guy's got 2 kills. Man, we gotta It's gonna be a legendary dwarf by the time we actually get over to him. Where's my military at? Come on, guys. Oh, I know how he got in. Forgot about this side door. Whoopsies. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I straight up just have a side door. How are you still burning, Gozu? To be fair, got really this goblin's refusing to burn to death. Okay, so they're all just like booking it up there for the upper floors. Zom the Goblin Hammer Man says, I've improved my hammer. That was satisfying. Are you dead, though? Nope, not yet. Okay, here comes the military. And they seem to be splattering it. Perfect. Okay, that's what we wanted to see. All right, have we pulled this lever yet? Okay, it looks like some trolls are coming. Is anybody... Okay. Anybody coming to pull the lever? Bastet's coming to pull the lever. Cool. Bastet, I need you to pull that lever. Quickie wiki. Gobbo did not kill you, if that's what you're asking. Gobbo killed 2 dwarves that didn't have names. But yes, he did get into the kitchen, Gus. Fortunately, you're okay. This has been like a fun siege, actually. Shit's going wrong, and I like it. Meanwhile, there's this fucking dragon in the basement that I'm trying to pay attention to. Kind of smaller because it was really pricey. Oh, no! Well, I mean, it happens. Ryan Homo's easy peasy, though, although you got quite hungover, so... Mr. Jess? Is that what we're calling him now? Like the whole drive? Gotcha. Well, I mean, I think it's understandable that you're hungover in Vegas. I still don't know how I managed to dodge hangovers that entire weekend. Like, by all accounts, I should have been blasted by the last day. Okay, sweet. So this door is now shut. You know, I could just cause these goblins some headache. And you know what? We're going to do that. I'll have a pit stop? I don't even know what that lever does. Lava flow volcano. Pull this lever. This is going to make this side tumble over. Oh shit, there's a troll. Gotta kill that. Get him! Turns out this was one of my military dwarves who was just not in uniform. So we're pummeling that troll to death. Troll's dead. Perfect. All right, where'd that go? You pull that, and so that'll make it mighty difficult for them to, you know, go after me on this side. And if any of them ended up down here, they're not going to be there for much longer. So how many of them are left? Less than 2 weeks? Damn right, dude. And I've got a cave dragon in my basement that I want to catch. I do have tons of traps. It's just a matter of it finding one of them, because they're all down here. Down here. So if it tries to walk in this way, we got it. But I don't want my military to go after it, because cave dragons are rare, and I want to catch it. I want to train it. I want to keep it. I want it to be my pet. This is actually the first... So I've streamed, according to twitchstats.com, 5,000 hours of Dwarf Fort, just under. This is my first time ever seeing a cave dragon on stream. So, just to give you an idea on how infrequently these dudes show up. I mean, this is why you have to leave a back door on your fort that you completely forget about and get distracted by a cave dragon during a siege so that you accidentally let a bunch of goblins into your fort. How to cage your dragon? How to Nick cage your dragon? There's a cage trap right there. See, there's one right there. Come on, go step on that. What's right there? You know you want to. Fucker. Going the wrong way. There's one right there. That's a cage trap. Step on the cage trap. Come on, little draggy. You know you wanna. You know you want. Okay, fuck it. Fine. Walk away. See if I care. Douche. I know, right? It's a cave dragon. It's like seeing a fucking dodo in the wild. Like, that doesn't happen, man. These goblins are all so bummed. Look at them. Get wrecked. Oh, he did. He definitely did care. How is that flamey goblin still alive? Bugs. There is a bug that can happen. I've noticed it happen with humans and goblins, where they just decide that they're not on fire and they don't burn. But they catch fire. If you save and reload a save, they burst into flames and die immediately. It's kind of funny. No. Items, it usually means that it's an indestructible item. Whereas goblins are not indestructible. In the slightest. They are very destructible, actually. Oh, come on. I mean, I know I have more cage traps down here, but they're mostly over this way. Watch it just, like, walk off the map. If they're a legendary item, so artifacts and books are both indestructible. They'll just burn for all eternity. How big is the cave dragon? I don't know. Much larger than a dwarf. Cave dragons are also stunted and can't fly. All right, well, this siege is a bit of a limp dick. Shut the music off. Cave dragon size comparison.png. Pretty big. Dwarf cave dragon. I love these very, very detailed artworks. These are very good diagrams. So Jess, now that you're back, how's your back stream's been? You ready for the hot potato starting tomorrow? I'm not. I need to figure out what time I need to wake up, actually. To be on Kiri's stream for a bit before I come over here and do my own thing. For the giant sperm whale? I think so. It's like, because like a giant sperm whale would be like 50 tiles long or something if the game had multi-tile creatures. It'd be like half the size of the map. Also, I'm going to release this dwarf so that you don't die of thirst. What's the hot potato? So hot potato is a RimWorld charity marathon, which my team helps organize every year. Jess is part of my stream team, by the way. Which is basically just a big old a 5-day long RimWorld relay race. Which supports Doctors Without Borders. Last year we did, it was like $80,000. This year we're gunning for $100,000. So that's what the hot potato is. It's just a big charity marathon that I'm tangentially involved with. I've streamed as part of it in the past, but I don't play RimWorld anymore just because I don't enjoy playing that game. But I still help with a few quiet things on the sides. Head gave birth to a boy, Hungry Head. Well, that's adorable. Now, cave dragon, could I interest you in some cage traps? I have many lovely cage traps around here for your discretion. If you see a cage trap that suits your fancy, I recommend that you sit on it and get caught in it. Almost 40 grams of carbs. This is also true. Yes. This fucking... This goddamn, like, beak dog down here is just amusing to me. Stuff burning? Not currently, no. Land is pretty scorched already. All right, well, I guess we'll just kind of ignore that siege for a little bit. And I guess I could... Kind of tempted to just send my army out and fight that. You know what? Screw it. Let's do that, actually. Let's just send my army after this. After this draggy. Or not after this draggy. After this goblin army. We're going to open up that bridge. That green bridge. I'm just going to send them out and tell them to go stab these dudes to death. And then... we will extend things just slightly. Because we don't even need to kill that many. Where the hell are they? Oh, I see. Bottom right of the screen over there. And we will destroy them. Move them over. Let's just send the squads up here. Isn't even that far. It's basically just like down along the way. We'll follow Mafal Lamund. See what we're capable of doing. Fights with one. It's one down. Lamund takes out a second goblin. There's arrows flying everywhere. Does Lamund have anything to say? I feel so good. Is euphoric due to inebriation? Well, that's good. At least you're happy about this combat. The Axe Lord hasn't really said much recently, but the last goblin, they hacked the goblin crossbowmen in the right hand with their axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. What, that cave dragons can be in goblin sieges? Or did I misread that? Okay, where's the last two? I'm pretty sure that's like something that hasn't really been a thing in the game for a long time. I mean, there was a point where goblins would just show up with dragons. Not even cave dragons, just dragons. But I've literally never seen it. So if it's possible, it's one of those things where it's like, it's so uncommon. It's like there was one time I saw blizzard men show up, and maybe like half a dozen times I've seen ogres spawn, which are also extraordinarily rare. There's a lot of critters that are like just extraordinarily rare that I really hope Zach and Tarn turn the dial up on for premium. Just because it would be cool to see some of them, you know? Not because they're like ridiculously OP or anything, like very much the opposite, in fact. Okay, let's see. Following Ineth. There's a beak dog over there on the left that I just saw. Where did this siege go? Or are they just straight up, they're just straight up leaving the map. Siege is gone. All right, let's follow this cave Durgan. Oh no, did it go away? No, legend modes will work in premium. You're wondering if you will retire a fort and do some random learning as I play? Will I retire forts? Unlikely, but in between forts, I definitely stop and check. Seems like we've missed out on a cave dragon once again. It's a bloody shame. Jupiter Hell. I don't know what percentage it's off, but Jupiter Hell is easy recommendation. Super, super underappreciated little game. Very streamlined and easy to get into, too. Takes a little bit to find the strategy, but it's such a fucking satisfying game when you get into it. Not that I'm aware of, no. Not without external software. The two modes are not glued together. You'll still need to retire. So in between forts, I always dive into Legends mode, but during a fort, no. Not worth the cleanup, unless that stuff gets changed dramatically. And then there's still that flaming goblin down there who will stop flaming when we reload the save. But chat, I think that we're going to swap games for a little bit. Rift Wizard is also excellent, but you have to be the right kind of massive galaxy brain to truly enjoy that game. We're going to save. And I will return to this fort tomorrow morning. But I've been streaming for 11 hours, so I think that we're done with Dwarf Fort for the day. I think we're going to go play a little bit of Zero Sievert. I'm going to go do a handful of runs of that because I was enjoying that game the last time I played it, and it's still fun, so we're going to go play some more of that. So if you're here specifically for Dwarfy-related things, what I would say is go watch one of the other two people who are playing. There's Rutger RNG and Barcius. I don't know either of those people. But we will be playing Dwarf Fort on this channel tomorrow at the same time. Although, of course, I'd prefer if you just stick around because I'm, still going to be streaming for like another 2 hours, I would guess. We haven't been live for 11. But you like trains? I mean, Zero Sievert, I was confused for a second there, but Zero Sievert does, in fact, have trains. Also, Caves of Cud is phenomenal if you haven't played Caves of Cud. I don't know what kind of sale it's on right now, if any. But Caves of Cud is phenomenal. Jupiter Hell is underrated as hell. Lost Flame is pretty great. Nobody knows about that game. So, Go play games that you enjoy, really. Oh, hey, they've got like a fancy new intro, but it like still breaks when I do that. Hold on. Rumbles. I don't like this. Can we like stop blinding my audience, please, game?